Chapter 1198. Wuzong. The mountain range was precipitous and majestic. The beautiful mountain range was filled with extremely dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Tianwu Peak. Today, the Lingshao platform square could be said to be very lively. People came and went, and the bustling crowd gathered on the square. The momentum was especially great. The sect war has finally arrived. This time, I, Long Shaoyan, will definitely show my skills and shine. Humph. Stop bragging. With your standard, I'm afraid you won't even be able to pass the first round. Screw you. What if I pass the first round? Don't brag. The rules have been changed this time. It is said that the top 32 will be decided in the first round. With your mediocre skills, you don't even have the qualifications to stand on the stage. That's right. I've also heard that the rules have changed this time. It seems to be an elimination mode similar to the battle of a cornered beast. Only those who complete the advancement will enter the arena competition. Oh my God! This is so difficult. A battle between sects. It was the martial ancestors' greatest sacred scripture. It was also a grand event that every Wuzong disciple looked forward to the most. This was the biggest test for all the disciples. It was also a pinnacle battle that would decide whether the other party was a dragon or a snake. It could be seen that the majority of the disciples on Tianwu Peak were very excited. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even for some disciples who didn't plan to participate in the competition, it was still something that they looked forward to. In the sect battle, everyone could personally witness the exciting battles between the disciples of the 4 peak academies and the intense battles between the top geniuses on the Heaven Marshal ranking. Even though they were just spectators, they still felt extremely excited. What do you guys think? Who will be the champion this time? Hey, do you even need to think about it? Of course, it's Qiu Xingyi, Senior Qiu. Hua. When Qiu Xingyi's name came out, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Heaven Marshal stele in the center of the high heaven platform. On the stone stele, the name Qiu Xingyi was like a bright moon that towered above the 2 geniuses, Wang Li and Pei Yi, and it stood at the top of the list. However, a certain voice soon came from the crowd. As far as I know, Senior Brother Qiu doesn't plan to participate in the sect battle this year. His words stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the crowd exclaimed once again, "No way! Senior Brother Qiu is going to be absent again?" He didn't participate in the last sect battle either. That's right. Last time, Senior Brother Qiu took part in the sect battle. He directly suppressed everyone and took first place. This way, Senior Brother Qiu has been absent from the sect battle for 2 consecutive years. If that's the case, then I think Senior Brother Wang Li, who won last year, will be the champion again. I also think it's Senior Brother Wang Li. His 1,000 illusion sacred body bloodline limit is too strong, and he also has the South Spirit art. Other than Senior Brother Qiu, no one is his match. Humph, you guys from the South Spirit Peak Academy can keep on boasting. Are you looking down on Senior Brother Pei Yi of the West Dome Peak Academy? That's right. To be honest, Senior Brother Pei Ye's Kylan holy body bloodline boundary can be called the King of Destruction. This year, Senior Brother Pei Yi will definitely aim for the first place. Haha, what a joke! Your West Dome Peak Academy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't you remember how Pei Yi lost to Senior Brother Wang Li last time? Of course I remember. That was just Senior Brother Pei Ye's mistake. A loss is a loss, don't find excuses. The Heaven Marshal ranking can't be wrong. 3rd place is 3rd place. How can he win against 2nd place? Humph, then your South Spirit Peak Academy. Just wait and see. A disagreement. The disciples of the various peak academies immediately started a fierce war of words on the Heaven Marshal Peak Plaza. Everyone was arguing for this year's most popular contestant. Each of them argued until their faces were red, and they were just short of fighting. At the edge of the Lingshao platform plaza, a thin figure stood there quietly, seemingly out of place with the noisy atmosphere. It's already been more than a year. She sighed softly, her fair little hand tightly grasping a crystal bead the size of a longan. The crystal bead was crystal clear, and its color was transparent. In the center of it, the words Yi Yao could be clearly seen. That guy isn't back yet? Looks like he's going to miss the sect war. Wu Mian walked over from the back, and as he spoke he played with the crystal bead in his hand. Inside the crystal bead, his name was also written. Yi Yao shook her head, helplessly. When Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang left the martial sect, she was still in seclusion. From the letters left behind by Wu Mian and Long Xuanxuang, she found out that they had gone to the Northern Plains snow region. It had already been more than a year, and they had yet to return. I wonder if they can come back? Wu Mian muttered in his heart. Although Wu Mian did not know much about the Northern Plains snow region, he had a rough idea of the situation there. Many people would go there to search for the inheritance treasures left behind by the Ice Empress. Some would return empty-handed, while others would be buried in the snow region forever. Although Wu Mian did not wish for anything to happen to Chu Hen, it had already been so long, and it was inevitable that people would overthink it. Hee, junior sister Yao, why are you standing here in a sullen mood? Just at this moment, a playful voice sounded from behind. Yi Yao and Wu Mian instinctively turned to look, only to see a few young figures with arrogant auras walking towards them. The person in the lead was dressed in luxurious brocade robes, looking like a noble. However, his playful expression gave off a frivolous feeling. Lu Chen. Wu Mian frowned slightly. Lu Chen, a genius of Dongshan Peak. He was ranked 13th on the Heaven Martial Leaderboard. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was also a genius through and through. In the past year, as Yi Yao's strength grew and her reputation increased, she was gradually recognized by the various peak schools. With the power of the sacred body of Tai Chi and her outstanding looks, Yi Yao had no lack of suitors in the sect. However, Yi Yao rejected all of them. Lu Qin was one of those rejected. As a proud person and a monster on the Heaven Martial Leaderboard, Lu Qin, who felt that he had lost face, would come to taunt him every few days. However, Yi Yao was unwilling to pay any attention to him. She turned around and left. Lu Qin smiled frivolously. Still waiting for that brother Chu Hen of yours? I'm afraid that coward won't be coming back. Hearing him insult Chu Hen, Yao frowned and could not help but clench her fists. You can insult me, but please don't insult him. Insult? Ha! Lu Qin laughed and said, Is this an insult? I'm telling the truth. Who doesn't know that he ran away in the middle of the night after offending Pei Yi? I thought he had some ability since he passed the rookie challenge, but I didn't expect him to run away so quickly. If this isn't a coward, what is? You! Yi Yao blushed, her almond-shaped eyes widening. A year ago, she had heard about the conflict between Chu Hen and Pei Yi in the back mountains of the sect. Later on, because of Chu Hen's sudden departure, all the disciples of the sect thought that Chu Hen had been scared away by Pei Yi. Although she knew that was not the truth, the mockery of the people around her still made her furious. Wu Mian shook his head and sighed. To be honest, sometimes even he felt that going to Beichuan Ice region was just an excuse for Chu Hen. After all, who was Pei Yi? In terms of ruthlessness and cruelty, even Qiu Xingyi and Wang Li could not compare to him. Therefore, it was impossible for him to escape. I say, junior sister Yao, staying in Beichen Peak Academy is too much for you. Why don't you come to my Dongxian Peak Academy? Lu Qin smiled calmly. I don't want to talk to you. I won't leave Beichen Peak Academy. Brother Chu Hen is not a coward either. Please stay away from me, Yi Yao said coldly. Ha ha. Lu Qin laughed frivolously. What a joke. Let me ask the entire sect, who doesn't know that Chu Hen is a cowardly rat. Why do you have to lie to yourself? Cowardly rat. Lu Qin said these 4 words especially loudly. Everyone on Tianwu Peak Square was instantly attracted over. Seeing the pairs of eyes that swept over, Yi Yao was angry and annoyed. She wanted to turn around and leave, but she could not stand Lu Chen's repeated insults to Chu Hen. Her eyes turned cold as she shouted coldly, "I said, you're not allowed to insult him any more." "What? Junior sister, Yi Yao wants to fight me? Sure. I'd like to see how much Beichin Peak's sealed personal disciple has improved in the past year." With that, a powerful aura was released from Lu Chen's body. Seeing this, Wu Mian immediately panicked. He hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade. "Senior brother Lu Chen, please!" However, before Wu Mian could finish his words, a piercingly cold wind suddenly swept across the entire Tianwu Peak Square, and a majestic aura that was comparable to a torrent surged over. The dust on the ground dispersed. The hearts of everyone present suddenly jolted. In the next moment, there was a crushing aura coming from Lu Chen's position. An unparalleled aura filled the sky, setting off a sky full of frost and dust. The whirlwind was like a blade, and the cold current poured down. In an instant, two young figures with peerless aura appeared on Lingxiao Platform Square like phantoms. "Who are you calling a cowardly rat?" An indifferent voice exuded the unique prestige of a king. Bang! A dull explosion sounded. Lu Chen directly knelt on both knees, and the bricks under his knees shattered inch by inch. The powerful aura released by the other party was instantly suppressed. Chapter 1199. Who did you say is a coward? The air was like a torrent, and the sky was filled with frost. A powerful and invisible aura, like a mountain, came crashing down. The instant that indifferent voice was transmitted into everyone's ears, the stone tiles on the ground instantly turned into dust. Under countless shocked gazes, Lu Chen directly knelt on the ground, and the aura that he had released was instantly crushed. Hua! A mighty wave of air spread out in all directions. At this moment, the entire sky Marshall Peak suddenly welcomed an unprecedented silence. Everyone was astonished. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Lu Chen, that was a genius, ranked 13th on the Sky Marshal list. And he actually knelt in front of everyone. What kind of aura was this? Who was it? Then, everyone's gaze swept in the same direction. Accompanied by a powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate, two young figures, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared on Sky Marshal Peak. The man's aura was unparalleled, and his eyes were like stars. The woman was cold and elegant, and her beauty was peerless. Their appearance was like the bright moon, full of resplendent holy splendor. Big brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao's eyes shone brightly, and she hurriedly ran in front of the two of them. Her expression was extremely joyful, and she was extremely excited. "You guys are finally back!" Meow. The black and white cat behind her also let out a soft cry. Noni. Yi Yao hurriedly hugged the black and white cat in her arms and used her cheek to rub its head. "I missed you so much." The happy Yi Yao formed a sharp contrast with the terrified expressions of the surrounding people. He actually came back? This is Chu Hen. If it's not him, who else could it be? But why is the aura so different? Everyone's heart was filled with shock, especially Lu Chen. Just a moment ago, he was still shamelessly mocking Yi Yao, but in the blink of an eye, he did not even have the qualifications to stand up and speak. "You dare to come back?" Lu Chen stared fixedly at Chu Hen. At the same time, his body trembled as he stood up from the ground. Chu Hen's gaze turned cold, and his gaze swept towards the other party like a sharp sword. At the instant he came into contact with Chu Hen's gaze, Lu Chen's figure suddenly trembled, and he instantly felt the world spin as if he'd fallen into an abyss. There seemed to be a faint purple glow surging in the other party's deep and dark eyes. Lu Chen felt like he was staring at a demon god, and a shiver that went straight to the depths of his soul surged into his heart. His legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground again. "Bastard, Don't play tricks in front of me. You can't scare me. Lu Chun refused to bow his head just like that under the gazes of the surrounding people. As a genius, ranked 13th on the Heaven Marshal roll, he would definitely not tolerate such humiliation. He let out a beast-like roar and charged at Chu Hen aggressively. Chu Hen's expression slightly darkened, but he did not move at all. When the other party aggressively rushed in front of them, there was a flash of light in the air. Everyone only saw a flash of cold light in front of their eyes, and then there was a muffled bang. A violent purple halo surged in the air, and along with the chaotic wind, a figure was directly sent flying. Boom! Without any deviation, he directly collided with the Heaven Marshal stone tablet on the plaza. The huge stone tablet faintly trembled, and tiny cracks appeared on the stone tablet behind Lu Chun. A large mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth, and he heavily fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Hiss! In an instant, everyone in the plaza sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with deep shock. The few people who came with Lu Chun were also scared to the point that their faces were deathly pale. They did not even dare to go forward to help him. Wu Mian, who was standing behind Yi Yao, fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In a year's time, the other party's cultivation had already reached an unfathomable level. The rumor that he was scared away by Pei Yi was self-destructed. Without taking another look at Lu Chun, Chu Hen strode toward a stone platform in front of him. There, a few martial Ancestor Realm disciples were standing in front of a rectangular table. On the table, there was a thick list of names, as well as neatly arranged transparent crystal balls. I sign up for the sect battle. Chu Hen slightly raised his gaze and spat out a few words clearly. The martial Ancestor Realm disciples in charge of the registration were all shocked and even a little dazed. They almost did not come back to their senses. Yes, yes. One of the disciples hurriedly took out a scroll with 2 lines of names written on it and placed it in front of Chu Hen. Please personally sign your name. Chu Hen picked up the brush beside him and wrote Chu Hen under the last person's name. The tip of the brush was steady, but it did not lose its sharpness. Shortly after, another disciple took out a crystal ball, raised his finger, and drew a few brilliant light patterns in the air. Buzz! Streaks of bright light patterns flowed into the crystal ball, and then transformed into Chu Hen's name. This is equivalent to a token of participation. The young disciple respectfully presented the crystal ball to Chu Hen with both hands. Chu Hen nodded his head and took it in his palm. Subsequently, Long Xuanxuang also wrote her name on the scroll. She also received a transparent crystal ball with the 3 words Long Xuanxuang. After a simple registration, the 2 of them turned around and left. The few disciples in charge of the registration heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Obviously, what happened just now had shocked many people. At this moment, the atmosphere in the square of Tianwu Peak was a little strange. The crowd was whispering and communicating in low voices. He also signed up for the sect battle. Seems like the situation this year is a little complicated. What's complicated about it? He only defeated Lu Chun. If he met senior brother Pei, he wouldn't even know how he died. But I feel that he's here for senior brother Pei. Forget it. If he's really here for senior brother Pei, he's basically walking to Hades. Chu Hen didn't pay much attention to the complicated crowd around him. He said to Long Xuanxuang and Yi Yao, "Let's go." Yi Yao nodded happily. On a mountain on the west side of Tianwu Peak, a few figures with cold eyes looked at Chu Hen and the others who were leaving Tianwu Peak. I didn't expect that damn bastard to actually come back. But it's good that he's back. Shen Hong, your violent divine hammer is still with him. One of them said. Shen Hong frowned, and then looked at another figure standing in front of him with an extraordinary aura. Senior brother Shao, This bastard's strength seems to have increased a lot, Xiao Meng's eyes suddenly surged with thick frost. His face was gloomy as he replied coldly. So what? My Xiao Meng is not afraid of him. Shen Hong didn't say anything more, but there was a faint coldness in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1200. In the residence of Long Xuanchuang and Yi Yao, in a courtyard with elegant scenery. Sister Xuanchuang, have you really evolved into a holy body? Yi Yao's eyes were shining brightly, looking at the other party in surprise. Long Xuanchuang nodded, with a smile on her lips. Amazing! How did you do it? I've even asked the Peak Master if he could help you evolve your bloodline limit after you come back. He said that it's relatively difficult for you to evolve your body type with the ice attribute. Yi Yao said, when Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang left the martial sect, although they left a letter to Yi Yao, they only told the other party that they were going to the northern snow region to find a way to upgrade the bloodline boundary for Long Xuanchuang. They did not tell the other party the specific details. When Yi Yao was worried, she also asked the North Star Peak Master Yuan Shang to help pay attention to Long Xuanchuang. But because of the complexity of evolving the bloodline boundary, Yuan Shang did not take this matter too seriously. After all, Long Xuanchuang was not as outstanding as Chu Hen, so it was normal that she did not get the attention of the higher-ups. Long Xuanchuang smiled and said, it's all the credit of your brother Chu Hen and Senior West Wind. I just enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Really? Senior West Wind also went. Is he okay? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Long Xuanchuang and said with a smile, you don't say Senior West Wind picked up a personal disciple this time. Don't mention how happy he is. Personal disciple? Yi Yao was a little surprised. Immediately, the two of them told each other everything that had happened in the northern snowy region in full detail. They talked for almost half an hour or so. Chu Hen said goodbye to the two women, and as soon as he went out, he saw a familiar figure standing outside the door, pacing back and forth. This person was none other than Wu Mian. What are you doing here? Chu Hen was startled. Seeing Chu Hen come out, Wu Mian hurriedly went up to him and chuckled. I've been waiting for you here. Wait for me. Why aren't you going in? Wu Mian scratched his head in embarrassment. It's nothing. I'm just a little surprised that you're back. I thought, do you really think I was scared away by Pei Yi? Chu Hen said as he walked. Wu Mian shrugged, trying to resolve the awkwardness. Then he shouted that string of runes that you asked me to look for, I have a clue. As soon as he said this, Chu Hen, who was walking in front, stopped and turned to look at him. There was a look of anticipation between his brows. Are those runes engraved on a semicircular stone? Wu Mian asked. Chu Hen's pupils trembled slightly. His hands clenched into fists. As expected, the stone that he had obtained was only half of it. There was indeed another half. Where is that stone? Chu Hen asked. Wu Mian spread his hands and looked as if he didn't know. It's gone. Gone. What do you mean? It's like this. That stone was accidentally brought back by an elder of the sect when he went out a few decades ago. Because he felt that there might be something unusual about it, he studied it for a long time. And then, Wu Mian's face revealed a hint of disdain. In the end, he found that it was useless. The only special thing was that the stone had extraordinary stability. The runes on it were also very stable. There would be no rejection or backlash between them. At this point, Chu Hen was already 100% sure that the half piece of stone he was talking about was the thing he was looking for. Wu Mian continued. Because of its strong stability, the elders of the sect later placed it in the great formation that created the Reverie Star Realm to strengthen the stability of the Reverie Star Realm. In the Reverie Star Realm? Chu Hen was stunned. Wu Mian nodded and then curled his lips. It was originally peaceful, but just over 10 years ago, that stone mysteriously disappeared. At that time, it even caused a 2-month stagnation in the Reverie Star Realm. I remember this very clearly, but I'm very surprised. Why is the thing you're looking for that mysteriously disappeared? Chu Hen could not help but fall into deep thought. There was no reason. Even the elders of the sect could not study it and only used it as something to assist in the operation of the Reverie Star realm. What was the use of it for others? Could it be? The corner of Chu Hen's eyes slightly narrowed. He asked calmly, perhaps not long after that incident, something else happened in the sect. Something else? I don't think so. Wu Mian looked at Chu Hen with a strange expression, then looked at the azure sky. His mind quickly mobilized his memories. Then he suddenly clapped his hands and blurted out, "That's right, Old Een Monkey also disappeared that year." Yes, that's right. Old Een Monkey went on a mission not long after. In the end, he never returned, and there was no news of him. Hua! It was like a gloomy dark cloud being pushed aside by the warm sunlight. Bright light poured down. In an instant, everything matched up. The origin of everything, in the end, still returned to the Old Een Monkey. In that case, Old Een Monkey's strange disappearance was not a coincidence. He had been studying those mysterious runes. Perhaps it was because he had discovered something. He had stolen that half-stone in the Reverie Star realm and then disappeared mysteriously. "Give me your disciple's keepsake," Chu Hen immediately said. Wu Mian's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the token with the words Beichin engraved on it. "Hee that, junior brother Chu Hen. Although I didn't help you find that half-stone, you can just give me 50 star keys as a token." Just as he finished speaking, a green vertical mark appeared on Wu Mian's token. 100 star keys. Wu Mian's eyes almost popped out. He rubbed his hands back and forth in excitement. Hee, junior brother Chu Hen is really generous, haha. Don't mention this to anyone. Chu Hen said, "Understood, haha." Wu Mian could not wait to receive the disciple token. He hugged the token and kissed it twice. "Ha ha ha ha, so many star keys. I, Wu Old too, am probably going to rise. It's a pity that the sect war will be held the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, my strength would have increased greatly." Looking at Wu Mian, who was grinning from ear to ear, Chu Hen smiled indifferently and then flew in the direction of Beichun Peak Academy alone. A moment later, Sky Observation Peak. Even though he had been away for more than a year, the cave abode was still clean and tidy without a speck of dust. Yi Yao would come over to clean it whenever she had time. The cool mountain breeze passed through the hall, and one could vaguely hear the sound of water flowing in the deep pool behind the cave abode. Chu Hen stood quietly in front of a stone wall. The stone wall was engraved with strange and complicated secret scriptures. "Old Een Monkey, what kind of person are you?" It only took him 3 days to comprehend the Beichin mantra, one of the martial ancestor sect's 4 great techniques from the Saint Monument. Then he even improved it. He sealed the spirit vein at the bottom of Sky Observation Peak for his own use. More than 10 years ago, he mysteriously disappeared with that half of the mysterious stone. Chu Hen could not help but laugh. He shook his head and sighed softly. If he had not accidentally come to live in this Sky Observation Peak, if he had not accidentally discovered the secret on the wall, it was likely that until now the world would have thought that the Old Een Monkey was just an unsociable, opportunistic, and treacherous person. "If there's a chance, I'd like to meet you, this arrogant senior." Then Chu Hen headed toward the deep pool on the south side of Sky Observation Peak. Bang! With a loud sound, the calm pool stirred up a monstrous splash. Chu Hen was like a swordfish shuttling through the deep sea, directly rushing toward the bottom. Not long after, Chu Hen entered the underground river. Following the wide underground river, Chu Hen headed toward the depths of the cave. After just a short while, a deep dragon roar suddenly came from the front. Roar! A deep and resounding voice spread through all the underground tunnels. A wave of supreme majesty that went straight into the depths of his soul assaulted him. Chu Hen's mind unconsciously trembled, as if he had entered a dangerous, forbidden area. Chapter 1201. Roar, a deep dragon roar that went straight to the depths of one's soul, reverberated in all directions of the underground river. An incomparably fearsome and majestic aura immediately made one feel as if they had entered a forbidden area of death where ancient beasts were lurking. Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat, and then he moved forward at the fastest speed possible. Hua, the invisible, majestic pressure, seemed to come from an ancient noble emperor. When Chu Hen arrived at the location of the underground spirit vein, a piercingly cold gust of wind surged over. The ferocious and intimidating malevolent dragon bones looked down at Chu Hen with indifference. A layer of illusory golden flame enveloped the skeleton, as if it was an illusory body under the golden flame. Every bone emitted a luxurious light like colored glass, and the huge eye sockets that were originally empty were burning with 2 balls of red light. Compared to the illusory light from before, the 2 balls of red light were unusually strong and condensed. Chu Hen, who was standing in front of it, had a feeling as if he was looking at a huge ancient beast. This feeling was especially clear and real. More than a year ago, it was almost impossible to sense the fluctuation of life force, but now it was especially powerful and astonishing. Similarly, from the other party's crimson eyes, Chu Hen also faintly sensed a trace of contempt, a contempt that came from a supreme species, an ancient ferocious spirit. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a sneer. Looks like you've been a little complacent for more than a year. Hua. Before he finished speaking, an incomparably majestic and powerful aura suddenly surged out from Chu Hen's body. Immediately after, the violet palace of true essence opened, and a powerful suction force spread out. Dense white light quickly enveloped the huge dragon skeleton, and its entire body was suffused with a transparent, illusory light. Accompanied by a strong spatial rhythm, the dragon skeleton turned into a white shadow and drilled into Chu Hen's body. However, in the next instant, an unruly and incomparably violent and terrifying power spread out from Chu Hen's body. In an instant, the blood in Chu Hen's body was faintly boiling, and he only felt that the true essence in his Zifu was turning upside down. Obviously, this ancient beast that was revered as an ancient god was no longer willing to be trapped in the body of an ordinary human. He wanted to break free from all restraints. Boom! Bang! Chu Hen's Zifu world of true essence shockingly sank into a state of turmoil. The gigantic dragon skeleton was like a berserk zombie dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. It danced up and down, and its ferocious power continuously crashed into the mountains and the sky below. Buzz! Soon, Chu Hen's Saint Soul, which was hovering above the true origin energy river, opened its eyes and looked at the ferocious dragon skeleton with a chilly gaze. Screech! At the same time, the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow, Mo, Qingli dived down like a cloud of fire. It spread its wings and whizzed past Chu Hen's body like a shadow. This is the dragon skeleton from the ancient baron's realm? I almost forgot about it. What's going on? Did it come back to life? It was not completely dead in the first place. Although its physical body was destroyed, there is still a remnant of its soul in the skeleton. Chu Hen replied calmly. Oh. Mo, Qingli was a little surprised. You shared your power with it. It was like that before, but then I found a spiritual vein under the Wuzong. I see. There was no need for too much explanation. Mo, Qingli immediately understood what had happened. Over the past year or so, the dragon skeleton had been absorbing the power of the spiritual vein at the foot of the sky observation peak day and night. A huge amount of power was constantly being supplied to it, and its soul was gradually strengthening. In other words, the dragon skeleton had now regained some of its consciousness, and it began to instinctively resist Chu Hen's restraints. It seems like its wings have hardened, and it wants to escape, Mo, Qingli said calmly. Humph. Chu Hen chuckled. You have to get my permission first. Whoosh. After saying that, the saint's soul directly stepped into the air and flew toward the dragon skeleton. "This is my territory. Even if you are a real dragon, you have to obediently lie on the ground." Roar! An earth-shattering roar of anger set off a torrent of energy. The dragon skeleton danced in the air, and the golden light that rose from its body transformed into an illusory body. It leaped into the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced toward Chu Hen. In the next instant, the sharp claws of the huge dragon skeleton solidly collided with Chu Hen's Saint Soul. Bang! An enormous sound that shook the heavens rang out. The violent and ferocious golden wave of air was like a huge ripple that expanded endlessly. The earth shook, the mountains swayed, and the space trembled. Chu Hen felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His palms and arms went slightly numb, and he actually retreated. The dragon skeleton, which was also retreating, opened its mouth and roared angrily. What a powerful force! Chu Hen was secretly shocked. "Be serious. Don't be too careless." The saintly winged heavenly flame sparrow also reminded him. "It is the most ancient divine beast. Even if only its bones are left, the power of every inch of its bones is not weaker than a divine artifact." Divine artifact? Chu Hen was even more surprised. At the same time, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of solemnity. "Roar!" At the same time, the dragon skeleton once again roared. Its sharp claws were surrounded by dazzling golden patterns. They tore through the air, and the cold light was like a blade. "Humph! Don't forget this is my purple mansion world. Hum!" Before the voice died away, a shocking figure that looked like a fiend god suddenly appeared under the sky. The black shadow held up the sky, and an extremely violent energy was quietly gathered in the palm of the black shadow. It was like a rapidly brewing undercurrent in the deep sea. Along with the trembling space, a majestic black beam of light shot out from the palm of the demon god's shadow. With a shocking momentum, it firmly struck the body of the dragon skeleton. Boom! The incomparably violent impact exploded in the sky. The magnificent scene was like a collision of stars and clouds. Air flowed, and the dragon skeleton was immediately sent flying. Then, countless agitated sounds of wind and thunder swept across the area. A huge lightning net came down, attacking the dragon skeleton from all directions with the momentum of an encirclement. Crack! The wantonly lightning bolts covered his entire body, like a web of lightning entangling and swimming around his body. Roar! The dragon skeleton, which was constantly being attacked, let out an angry roar. In the next instant, a black shadow suddenly appeared above its head. Without any time to react, a black stone tablet that was like a mountain range directly fell from the sky. It was like a meteorite as it heavily smashed into its body. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains swayed. It was like a mountain of Mount Tai pressing down on a peerless calamity. The dragon skeleton was directly pressed down by the supreme power of the divine stone of the great path. Roar! The dragon skeleton twisted its head and tail, trying to break free. However, the middle section was firmly pressed down, and it couldn't move. Buzz, buzz! Then a pair of huge purple eyes, like those of a demon god, slowly appeared in the sky. Demonic purple light poured down, and the invisible pressure stopped the dragon skeleton from moving. Below the purple eyes, Chu Hen's Saint Soul stood in the air, looking at the dragon skeleton with indifference. "If you are of use to me, I will do my best to reconstruct your physical body in the future. But if you refuse to repent, I will once again send you back to the dragon burial abyss." His indifferent voice exuded the majesty of a king. The scarlet flames in the dragon skeleton's empty eye sockets faintly pulsed. It raised its head, as if sizing up the seemingly weak but powerful human in front of it. After a while, the ferocious aura it emitted gradually receded, and the scarlet flames in its eye sockets also calmed down. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth twitched. With a thought, the divine stone of the great path that was suppressing the dragon skeleton was immediately moved away. At this moment, the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow suddenly flew above the dragon skeleton. Along with the release of tens of thousands of dazzling, colorful light patterns in an instant, with the dragon skeleton as the center, numerous, unpredictable, and complicated array patterns spread out in all directions, tens of thousands of flourishing ancient runes spread out, like giant chains of fiend gods and devils enveloping him. "What are you doing?" Chu Hen looked at the other party, a little confused. "Soul possession forbidden technique. A demon race secret technique that fuses its power with yours. Your power can help become stronger, and you can also control its power." Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Sky observation peak. No one knew what lay beneath the calm mountain range. The spirit vein hidden deep in the underground river was like the blood of the earth, containing extremely pure and majestic power. Chu Hen quietly stood in the spirit vein with his eyes closed. Like a river flowing into the sea, an endless stream of immortal spiritual energy entered his body. Lines of strange runes could faintly be seen flashing outside his body. Every rune was like a bridge that connected two different powers, mysterious and unpredictable, ever-changing. Time flew by and the sun and moon rotated. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed quickly. When the first rays of the sun shone on the Marshall Sect's mountain gate on the third day, the loud and clear bell sound was like a horn from the battlefield, echoing inside and outside the sect. On the peaks of the various peaks, many imposing figures stood up one after another and looked at the sky. Dongxian Peak, Shichong Peak, Nanling Peak, Beichin Peak. Pairs of sharp eyes quietly opened, glowing like sharp swords. In the underground cave of Sky Observation Peak, whoosh, the river of spirit vein rippled. Chu Hen, who had been silent for 2 days, lifted his eyelids. Under the dim light, his cold eyes were as bright as the stars. An impassioned dragon roar came from Chu Hen's body. He slowly stood up, and an incomparable aura surged out like a tide. His deep eyes seemed to penetrate through the layers of rocks in the cave and reach the boundless 9 heavens. Sect War. Chapter 1202. Star Peak. It was located on the southeast side of the Marshall Sect. Normally, the Star Peak was not open to the sect's disciples, and even the sect's elders were rarely able to set foot here. That was the oldest cultivation place in the Marshall Sect. The jade palaces that towered into the clouds were like stars under the sky, emitting an ancient aura. Screech! In the sky above the Starry Sky building, there was an eagle flying through the clouds, displaying a heroic and majestic aura. At this moment, in the air above the mountain peaks, there was actually a vast and boundless Lingshao sky platform floating in the air. The soaring sky platform was square in shape, with a length and width of more than 2,000 meters. From afar, the soaring sky platform was like a huge meteorite floating in the air. With a thickness of more than 300 meters, the top of the platform seemed to have been cut flat, and it was neatly paved with stone slabs. It gave people the feeling that it was like an inverted mountain peak. The soaring sky platform plaza had such a spectacular aura that it broke free from gravity and floated in the air above 1,000 meters. It was as if there was an invisible force holding it up high. Obviously, this would be the battle platform for the Sex War. The main peak of the Star Peak was located on the north side of the soaring sky battle platform. On the Star Peak, there was an incomparably spectacular ancient pavilion that emitted a majestic aura like that of a heavenly palace. Not only was the pavilion extraordinary, it was also especially spacious. The clearly defined pavilion faced the soaring sky battle platform in front of it. From afar, there were more than 10 exquisite and dignified stone chairs placed on the pavilion. The stone chairs were lined up in a row, and there were 4 stone chairs placed at a higher position. On the other hand, in the east, west, and south of the soaring sky battle platform, there were also majestic viewing platforms built. Every wide viewing platform was like a city tower that stood in the sky. There were all sorts of ancient and spectacular buildings and towers. Such a scene was like a myriad of stars orbiting the moon. Incomparable at this moment, the stargazing platforms around the battle platform were already packed with people. Young figures with extraordinary auras stepped through the air and arrived. The gathering of the wind and clouds, the battle between dragons and tigers. An invisible sharp aura quietly spread out. It's really amazing. Chu Hen, who was on the southern tower's viewing platform, looked at the ancient buildings around him in amazement. The arena floating in the air in the middle was an eye-opener for him. It's indeed amazing. It's actually able to stand so steadily in the air. Long Xuan, who was beside him, nodded in admiration. If we fight on it, will it collapse? Yi Yao asked casually. Don't worry. Wu Mian quietly snuck over and happened to overhear their conversation. He explained, the Sky Battle Ring is built with the Heaven and Earth Grand Formation as its foundation. You don't have to worry about it being destroyed at all. No matter how badly it's damaged, it'll be able to repair itself very quickly, Chu Hen nodded. I see. Brother Chu, Lady Xuan, you are here? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. The eyes of Chu Hen and the others lit up. Brother Zhao. The newcomers were none other than Zhao Qingyi and Zhao Qingkai. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the aura exuded by the siblings was obviously much stronger than before. Seeing Chu Hen, Zhao Qingyi smiled brightly. I heard from Lady Yi Yao that the two of you went out to do something. I was wondering when you would come back. You're just in time for the sect war. Indeed, you came back just in time. Chu Hen also faintly smiled. I heard that you defeated Lu Qin at Heaven Marshal Peak 2 days ago. Zhao Qingkai looked at him with his big bright eyes. Amazing. Now, that guy can't even participate in the sect war. Towards these matters, Chu Hen only smiled faintly and did not say much. However, Wu Mian immediately began to boast. Of course, our junior brother Chu Hen really blinded countless people that day. He didn't even use much strength and Lu Qin fell. Haha, is that so? I'm looking forward to your next performance. Zhao Qingyi laughed. I dare say that he's definitely in the top 8. Wu Mian patted his chest and said, he's probably just slightly weaker than our Beiqin Peak Academy's senior brother Wu Yan. Hee, are you talking about me? Just as Wu Mian finished speaking, a gentle and refreshing laughter was heard. Everyone's gaze, subconsciously, swept over. Wu Mian immediately raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, Wu, senior brother Wu Yan, Yao Long Xuan, and Zhao Qingyi were also surprised. Having been in the martial organization for more than a year, they were no longer unfamiliar with the top figures on the Heaven Martial list. Wu Yan, the number 1 of Beiqin Peak Academy. The existence ranked 5th on the Heaven Martial list. Although he was not the most popular candidate for this year's champion, he was still highly anticipated. Senior brother Wu Yan. Chu Hen cupped his fists, a hint of warmth surging in his eyes. He still felt a trace of gratitude towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan revealed a clean and refreshing smile and walked forward, saying, I'm very happy to see you again. No matter what, it's good that you're back. Previously, when Chu Hen had a conflict with Pei Yi, Wu Yan was a witness. Chu Hen also understood the meaning behind Wu Yan's words. He was afraid that Wu Yan more or less thought that he had left the martial organization because of Pei Yi. However, Chu Hen did not give too much of an explanation. He just smiled and nodded without saying anything else. Wow. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise on the other side of the viewing tower. At the same time, many exclamations could be heard. In the rapidly parting crowd, a beautiful and graceful figure with an otherworldly temperament appeared in everyone's vision. Senior Sister Qianying, it's Senior Sister Qianying. Wu Mian elbowed Chu Hen excitedly. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Qi Qianying, ranked 4th above Wu Yan. She was the proud daughter of Dongshan Peak. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also extremely talented. She was one of the hottest candidates to win the sect battle. Qi Qianying's appearance instantly overshadowed the other geniuses around her. However, at this moment, an indifferent and arrogant voice was heard. Qiu Xingyi is absent again. It seems that he has handed the task of Dongxian Peak's championship to you. In an instant, an invisible, piercingly cold aura spread out. Everyone was shocked, and the crowd quickly retreated to the sides, surrounded by more than a dozen West Dome Peak disciples. 3 figures with extraordinary bearings and proud expressions walked straight towards Qi Qianying. The person in the lead had a cold aura, deep eyes, and a hint of frivolity at the corner of his mouth. On his chest was a tattoo of a qilin. If Qi Qianying was the bright moon, then his appearance was like the sun, oppressive. It's senior brother Pei Yi. Pei Yi, the chief disciple of West Dome Peak. Chapter 1203. Qiu Xingyi is going to be absent again. Looks like he has handed the mission of Dongxian Peak's championship to you. Pei Yi, head disciple of West Dome Peak, ranked 3rd on the Heaven Marshal leaderboard. An invisible cold aura spread out. Everyone in the stargazing grandstand could not help but be alarmed by this powerful aura. Everyone present looked at him in awe. Not far away, Chu Hen, who was standing with Wu Yan and Zhao Qingyi, had a dark look in his eyes. His determined face revealed a hint of sternness. Pei Ye's appearance instantly gave off an invisible pressure. It was completely different from Qi Qianying's elegance. It was a unique and domineering aura. Behind Pei Yi was Lu Liao, ranked 9th on the Heaven Marshal leaderboard, and Yang Ao, ranked 10th. Their expressions were also arrogant and frivolous, ignoring the existence of others around them. Pei Ye's steps were steady. It was as if every step he took increased the pressure on the crowd. He looked at Qi Qianying in front of him with a faint smile on his face. Qi Qianying raised her eyebrows and said, "Shouldn't you be happy that Qiu Xingyi is absent?" Pei Yi smiled playfully. "Not at all. You're right. I almost forgot that you're only ranked 3rd. There's still one more place between you and 1st. As soon as he finished speaking, a rather lazy voice was heard. "I say, junior sister Qianying, you're deliberately making things difficult. The competition hasn't even started yet, and you're already trying to make things difficult for me?" Whoosh! In an instant, the entire stargazing tower was in an uproar again. Everyone looked in the same direction at the same time. A young man with handsome eyebrows, who was dressed rather casually, was sitting on a stone pillar with his body slanted sideways. Even though he had a cynical look on his face, his appearance was like a bright star in the night sky, attracting everyone's attention. "Senior brother Wang Li, it's senior brother Wang Li." As expected of senior brother Wang Li, accidents happen every time. Like the blazing sun, the luminous moon, and the stars, the appearance of these 3 top experts caused the surrounding airflow to become restless. The sect war had yet to begin, but the sharpness between the geniuses had already been revealed. As one of the 3 most popular candidates for this year's championship, there was a quiet competition below the stage before the big battle. "If you think I'm attracting hatred, then so be it," Qi Qianying replied calmly. You have character. I like it." Wang Li smiled and looked at Pei Yi. She didn't hide the provocation between her brows. On the other hand, Pei Yi merely sneered as traces of hostility surged in his deep eyes. "See you in the finals." These 3 simple words were like a declaration of war from Pei Yi. Wang Li's face darkened, and her expression became solemn. It was as if he could see an even more intense fighting spirit in his opponent's eyes. The corner of Wang Li's mouth curled up as she smiled frivolously. "I'm looking forward to it." Soon after, Pei Yi didn't say anything more. He turned around and headed towards the stargazing tower in the west. In his eyes, apart from Wang Li and Qi Qianying, no one else in the crowd was worthy of his attention. How arrogant! It feels like the finals have already been booked by the 2 of them. Zhao Qingkai muttered to himself. "Of course. Don't they know who they are?" Wu Mian shook his head and sighed. At this moment, Yang Ao and Lu Liao, who were following behind Pei Yi, suddenly glanced in the direction of Chu Hen from the corner of their eyes. Looking at Chu Hen, who was standing in the crowd, Yang Ao's face revealed a cold and disdainful expression. He raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. It was an undisguised provocation and a naked threat. Chu Hen saw Yang Ao's actions, but his face was full of disdain. At the same time, a hint of coldness gradually appeared in his eyes. Wu Yen, who was next to him, reached out and patted Chu Hen's shoulder. "It's okay. The newcomers are participating in the sect battle to gain experience. If they encounter an opponent who's beyond their abilities, they can just surrender. No one would laugh at a newcomer." Chu Hen smiled, nodded, and did not say anything else. Wu Yen nodded slightly and said to the others, "You guys continue chatting. I'll be leaving first. If we meet in the arena, don't hold back." "Haha. If that's really the case, we can only blame it on our bad luck." Zhao Qingyi laughed loudly. "All the best." With that, Wu Yen bid farewell and left. Zhao Qingkai looked at Wu Yan's back with some admiration and said, "Senior brother Wu Yan is really warm. I didn't expect him to be so nice." "Of course. How bad can a man with the same surname as me be?" Wu Mian said shamelessly. Then he immediately attracted a lot of eye rolls. As time passed, more and more people gathered around the Xingqing Peak. Even the higher-ups of the sect and the elders were gradually arriving. With the soaring firmament battle platform floating in the center, there were people gathered in all directions. As the grandest ceremony of the martial sect, it was believed that not many people were willing to miss it. The vast Ling Xiao battle platform was like a large meteorite floating thousands of meters in the sky. The Xingqing Peak to the north of it was even more majestic, exuding an ancient aura like an immortal palace. The other 3 spectator arenas were also incomparably grand and spectacular. If one were to look down from the heavens, they would feel like 3 giant ships floating in the sky. Dang! The melodious and vigorous sound of the bell spread through the entire martial sect mountain gate, followed by the loud sound of a horn that shook the heavens and the earth. An old man dressed like a deacon elder slowly stepped onto the first platform at the front of the Star Pillar Peak. Then, the noisy atmosphere gradually calmed down. "It's Elder Lu," Zhao Qingkai said as he looked at the old man from afar. Chu Hen, Zhao Qingyi, and Long Xuanxuang nodded their heads. This Elder Lu was none other than the old man who was in charge of recruiting new disciples in Flying Cloud City in the Qinxing Prefecture. He was also the one who exempted Yi Yao, Long Xuanxuang, Zhao Qingyi, and the others from taking the test, allowing them to enter the martial sect directly. Of course, it was also because he did not choose Chu Hen and ordered him to continue with the test. "Everyone!" A deep and vigorous voice rang out from Elder Lu's mouth, causing the hearts of the people on the spectator stands to tremble. "The sect war is about to begin. Let us invite our 8 Peak Academy masters." Hua! In an instant, the entire place was filled with roars of joy. Along with the earth-shattering applause, the clouds in the sky suddenly shook the heavens, and a piercingly cold gale swept out in all directions. A mountain-like pressure enveloped the area, and 8 dazzling golden pillars of light suddenly descended from the sky. With a shocking momentum, they landed on the spectator stands on the Xingqing Peak. The airflow that filled the air spread out layer by layer. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The 8 pillars of light shrunk rapidly. Then, 8 powerful silhouettes with auras as steady as Mount Tai and thick as the ocean appeared before everyone's eyes. "Greetings, Peak Masters and Hall Masters!" All the disciples of the martial arts faction, including the sect elders, bowed respectfully. Dongxian, Shiqiong, Nanling, Beiqin. For Peak Masters, for Hall Masters, Chu Hen's gaze swept across the crowd. The only Hall Master he had ever met, Luo Tsang, was among them. "Brother Chu Hen, that's the Peak Master." Yi Yao introduced to Chu Hen softly. Looking at the direction she was pointing at, Beichin Peak Master Yuanshang's cold gaze was sharp. His body was tall, and he exuded an imposing aura. Chu Hen nodded to himself. Compared to Hall Master Luo Psang's gentleness, Peak Master Yuanshang exuded a righteous aura that abhorred evil. It had to be said that it was Yi Yao's fortune to be chosen as Peak Master Yuanshang's disciple. Haha, there's no need to be so courteous. A handsome middle-aged man with a slender figure and a jade-like face walked forward and raised his hand. Compared to the other Peak Masters, the middle-aged man was not only the youngest, but he was also elegant like a marquis, exuding an innate air of dignity and nobility. Thank you, Peak Master Dongxian. Thank you, Peak Masters. All the sect disciples responded in unison. Peak Master Dongxian? Chu Hen was stunned and murmured in surprise. Could he be? That's right, Ao Yunvilla. Wu Mian replied in a deep voice, his eyes filled with admiration. Wu Mian had linked the 3 words Ao Yun Manor to Old Een Monkey before. More than 10 years ago, Old Een Monkey had broken through in the sect battle and made it to the top 8. During the quarterfinals, he had met the top genius of Dongxian Peak Academy at that time, Ao Yunvilla. In the end, Ao Yunvilla had won. Apart from defeating Old Een Monkey, Ao Yunvilla's glory was innumerable. He had occupied the top spot of the Heaven Martial Leaderboard for several years. He was also the only person who was qualified to be the Peak Master of Dongxian before the age of 40. Qiu Xingyi, senior brother Qiu, is his direct disciple, right? Zhao Qingkai asked casually. Wu Mian nodded in affirmation. That's right. As the saying goes, a great master produces a great disciple. Qiu Xingyi was taken in as the only direct disciple by Peak Master Dongxian when he first joined. For the past 3 years, Qiu Xingyi has occupied the top spot of the Heaven Martial Leaderboard. He's no weaker than Ao Yunvilla back then. It's just a pity that senior brother Qiu isn't participating in the sect battle this year. He's probably giving the others a chance, Zhao Qingyi said. Perhaps. However, Wang Li and Pei Ye's abilities are terrifying as well. With the 2 of them here, I'm looking forward to the sect battle. As they discussed in private, the 4 Peak Masters and the 4 Hall Masters took their seats. In Ao Yunvilla, Yuanshang and the other 3 Peak Masters sat on the highest level of the spectator stand, while Luo Tsang and the other 3 Hall Masters sat on the middle level with the other elders to watch the battle. Why don't I see Lord Sect Master? Chu Hen asked casually. This is only the first round of the preliminary round. Lord Sect Master won't be here. Sometimes he won't even show up for the finals. Wu Mian explained. The few of them nodded and seemed to understand something. The 4 Peak Masters sat on the Star Pillar Peak's spectator stand. They did not seem to greet each other warmly. Ao Yunvilla, the Dongxian Peak's Peak Master, was the first to break the silence. Looks like these disciples are in high spirits. Perhaps this year's competition will be more exciting than the previous one. Peak Master Ao's brilliant disciple isn't here. What's there to be excited about? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the indifferent tone. The one who spoke was an old man with a cold gaze. He was the West Sky Peak's Peak Master, Sidu Song. Ao Yunvilla laughed and said, Peak Master Situ must be joking. It's not that Xingyi doesn't want to participate in the competition, but he's recently encountered a bottleneck. Due to his poor condition, he's been in closed-door cultivation for the past few days. That's why he's absent. Is that so? He was absent last time, and he's absent again this time? Is he really in closed-door cultivation? Or is he afraid of losing the competition and losing face as the first on the Heaven Martial Leaderboard? Situ Song said coldly. They quarrel as soon as they meet. It's really not suitable for them to sit together. Nan Ling Peak's Peak Master, Ning Qiushe, was the only female among the 8 Peak Masters. She was dressed in a Taoist robe, and her face was fair and clean. Although there were faint wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, it was not difficult to tell that she was a beautiful woman when she was young. Don't waste any more time. Let's begin. Ning Choshui said to Elder Lu, who was on the first level of the spectator stand. Yes, Elder Lu replied respectfully. He turned to the side and nodded to the other elders, not far away. Then he faced the wide-soaring heaven fighting platform. Chapter 1204. I hereby announce the sect war begins now. Begin now. The majestic momentum impacted the heartstrings of every martial ancestor realm, disciple, present, like a sound wave. It was as if a burning flame of war had been ignited in everyone's heart. Every pair of eyes seemed to be leaping with flames. The flow of blood uncontrollably became faster and faster. Following Elder Lu's words, over a dozen elders flew out from the Star Peaks viewing platform, heading towards the soaring firmament battle platform in front of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dozen or so figures emitting majestic Reiki energy landed at the edge of the arena. All of them were Zong-level arcane masters. Everyone present was secretly shocked by this. The dozen or so Zong-level arcane masters formed seals with their palms at the same time. The majestic Reiki energy surged out like a flood breaking through a dam, accompanied by countless dazzling and beautiful runes. The soaring firmament battle ring instantly lit up with streaks of patterns that overflowed with flowing light. Every light rune was like a spreading divine vine, rapidly intertwining and covering the surface of the arena. Buzz! Waves of powerful energy fluctuations radiated out. The brilliant complex runes immediately constructed an incomparably majestic giant glyph. Its aura was vast like a divine disk. Following that, the glyph shone brightly, as if a heaven-opening formation had been activated on the arena. Under countless gazes that were filled with astonishment, they saw majestic golden doors slowly rise from the fighting ring one after another. The golden gates rose one after another, like the ruins of an ancient god breaking out of the ground. Whoosh! About 10 seconds later, a vast, surging, and piercingly cold aura swept out in all directions. On the huge, numinous sky battle platform, 32 huge golden doors were erected. Each gate was 100 meters tall and over 10 meters wide. They stood on the arena like sacred monuments. Each gate shone brightly with a golden light screen floating in the middle. It looked like a space-time gate opened from space. Looking at the giant golden doors in front of them, everyone present revealed a shocked expression. The rules this year are different from previous years. Elder Lu's loud voice once again rang in everyone's ears. As you can see, there are a total of 32 doors on the stage. Behind these 32 doors is an illusory world similar to the Star Dream Realm, and that illusory world is your battlefield. An illusory battlefield similar to the Astral Dream Realm? Many people had surprised expressions on their faces. The battle will be a one-on-one elimination. After one person wins, another person will be eliminated. The eliminated person will be immediately transported out, and the winner will continue to compete with the other winner in the next round. Elder Lu explained the rules of the competition in detail. In other words, there will be fewer and fewer participants left inside, and the battle will continue until only one person remains. Of course, the final victor will directly enter the top 32 of the sect tournament. The crowd burst into an uproar as soon as he said that. Many people had grave expressions on their faces. Damn, this rule change is too overbearing, isn't it? In other words, the top 32 participants will be decided today. Please don't meet Pei, Wang Li, and the others, or else there's no hope at all. What a terrifying rule. Looks like many people won't even have the chance to stand on that stage. According to the previous rules. At the very least, there were many disciples who could stand on the fighting platform and show off their skills, persisting for 1 or 2 rounds. And this rule was to put a bunch of trapped beasts in a cage, and only the last survivor could advance to the first round. To most people, it was cruel. A quick battle. That's exactly what I want. Lu Liao, the zone-level arcane master, squinted his eyes and chuckled, then said to Yang Ao beside him, "Looks like many people are scared to death. Please don't meet Senior Pei Yi." Yang Ao squinted his eyes and smiled. "I wonder if Senior Pei, you will enter the same zone as Wang Li?" The speaker did not mean it, but the listener thought it. Pei Yi, who was standing in front, had a cold glint in his eyes. His sword-like gaze swept towards Wang Li, who was standing on the southern stand. At the same time, Wang Li also sensed something and looked over. Invisible sparks seemed to collide in the air. Buzz! While Elder Lu was explaining the rules, an eye-catching number appeared at the top of the 32 giant doors on the battle arena. From 1 to 32, there were no repeats on each of the golden doors. At the same time, the martial ancestor disciples seemed to have sensed something and picked up a transparent crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, with his name engraved on it, a corresponding number quietly appeared. 17. Yi Yao said in surprise. 9. Long Xuan also raised her crystal ball and said. 328. Zhao Qingyi and Zhao Qingkai also reported their numbers. Big Brother Chu Hen, what about you? Yi Yao hurriedly asked. Everyone turned to look at each other. Chu Hen picked up the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, above the two words Chu Hen, the number 24 was faintly flashing. It's 24. That's great. No one repeated it, Yao said happily. Wu Mian furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth with an expression that said, Who did I offend? Damn it, I'm also 24. Everyone was stunned at first, but looking at each other's funny look, they could not help but laugh out loud. Don't worry. Big brother, Chu Hen won't break your legs. Yao covered her mouth and laughed. The corner of Wu Mian's eyes twitched, and he said faintly, That'll have to happen. Everyone should be clear about the rules, right? Everyone take your seat. Although we can't directly observe the battle situation in the illusory world, the name of the person with the most consecutive victories will appear on the door. After saying that, Elder Lu waved his hand, and his voice was as loud as thunder. All the participating disciples enter the competition. The majestic sound of the horn reverberated in the sky above the sect. Swoosh, in an instant, figures with fierce auras leaped up one after another, like a shoal of fish entering the sea. They quickly rushed towards the fighting ring in front of them. Buzz, ripples appeared on the golden gates, one after another. The number of people on the 4 viewing platforms quickly decreased, and one by one they entered the golden doors. Let's go as well. Zhao Qingyi clenched her fists and said, excitedly. Yi Yao and Long Xuan nodded in succession. Big brother Chu Hen. Let's go. Chu Hen's eyes shone with fighting spirit. His figure immediately moved, and like a leading sheep he led the people around him towards the soaring sky fighting ring. Pei, Wang, Li, Qi Qianying Wuyan, and the other top monstrous geniuses on the heavenly martial ranking also turned into beams of light and rapidly leaped into the golden door. Door number 24. Chu Hen immediately arrived in front of it, and the majestic door was like a door that opened to another world. Buzz! A circle of light ripples spread out on the light screen inside the door. Chu Hen suddenly saw a white light flash before his eyes, and then it was as if he had entered a spatial teleportation array. Whoosh! A chaotic wave of air stacked up, and in the next moment, a moist smell of earth assaulted his face. What appeared in front of Chu Hen was a lush forest. The dense, towering trees blocked the sunlight, and the surroundings were as quiet as a valley. Chu Hen strode forward and walked on the soft grass. But right at this moment, a piercingly cold aura suddenly swept over from behind. The bleak killing intent was like a sharp knife that stabbed towards Chu Hen's back. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, but he didn't even turn his head. A majestic aura erupted from his body, and the domineering true origin energy directly formed a black ring-shaped light screen behind him. Thump! With an incomparably loud bang, all the power that attacked Chu Hen collapsed inch by inch, and then a violent counterforce struck back. In an instant, a miserable sound was heard as he was directly sent flying, smashing through several large trees in succession, and heavily falling to the ground. The ambusher on the ground clutched his chest with one hand and used the other to support himself. His face was filled with shock. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful opponent in the first round. Immediately afterward, the young figure slowly turned around. When he clearly saw the other's face, the shock on his face immediately turned into deep fear and unease. Chapter 1205. Lingxiao Battle Platform. 32 giant gates stood tall on the platform. Each of the giant gates was like a space-time gate that led to another plane of space. At this moment, the originally dense crowd disappeared from the surrounding viewing platforms like a receding tide. Other than the senior management of the martial sect and a few scattered disciples who did not intend to participate in the competition, the 4 viewing platforms were empty. The lively atmosphere had become a little cold. Meow! On top of a towering stone pillar in the southern viewing platform, a black and white kitten lay on its side in a particularly arrogant posture. It squinted its eyes, constantly paying attention to the movements of the golden gates. On the viewing platform of the Star Peak in the north, the management of the martial sect could not help but look for a topic to pass the time. Isn't that Lu Qin, ranked 13th on the Heaven Martial list? He actually did not participate in the sect battle? An elder with especially sharp eyes glanced at a young figure standing on the eastern viewing platform. The other elders and a few masters of the Peak Academies also subconsciously looked over there. It's really Lu Qin. That's right. The 13th on the Heaven Martial list is also absent? Hee, I'm afraid you guys don't know. I heard that the day before yesterday, Lu Qian was seriously injured by a disciple of the Beichin Peak Academy, and then he was unable to participate in the competition. As soon as these words came out, all the elders were stunned. A disciple of the Beichin Peak Academy? That kid Wu Yan? It doesn't seem to be Wu Yan. It's not Wu Yan? Then who is it? All the elders were a little surprised, and even the Academy Master Luo Tsang was a little surprised. One must know that in the entire Beichin Peak Academy, only Wu Yan was on the Heaven Martial list. Those who could defeat Lu Qin naturally had the strength to enter the Heaven Martial list. Who could that person be? It seems to be called Buzz. Before they could finish talking, a layer of slight ripples suddenly appeared in one of the giant golden gates on the battle platform. In the next moment, a figure flew out of the golden light in a sorry state. He fell heavily to the ground, but his face was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Oh, the first person to be eliminated has appeared. The attention of all the upper echelons and elders on Xingqing Peak was attracted. Buzz. Following that, another giant door glowed with a gentle light, and the second eliminated person was teleported out. It was like a chain reaction as circle after circle of slight spatial fluctuations spread out on the arena, and numerous figures in a sorry state were successively blasted out from the enormous golden door. Looking from afar, it looked like a school of fish had drilled out of a net and were returning to the table one after another. However, the distance between the giant doors was still very wide. Although the Wu Zong disciples who had been eliminated were panicking, they were not crowded at all. Elder Liu, who was in charge of controlling the situation, also shouted, "Those who have been eliminated, please leave the fighting ring." Everyone helplessly shook their heads and sighed. They unwillingly retreated to the spectators' stands. He hurriedly walked out of the arena, and the sect battle came to an end. In a dark forest that smelled of moist earth, the ground was littered with fallen leaves and branches. A disheveled figure fell to the ground with a face full of horror and shock as he looked at the handsome face that turned around. "It's you, oh!" Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the pale face with interest. "Long time no see, newcomer king." Newcomer king? There was a hint of playfulness in his frivolous tone. This person was none other than Qi Xing, who was previously regarded as the #1 newcomer and had a conflict with Chu Hen during the newcomer competition. You actually came back." Qi Xing was surprised and suspicious, and a cold light surged in his eyes. Chu Hen shrugged. "Is there a problem?" "Humph, you're really bold. You still dare to come back after offending senior brother Pei. If you know what's good for you, you should be an obedient tortoise. You talk too much. Do you want to go out by yourself? Or do you want me to send you out? I want you to scram." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Xing's eyes exploded with a ruthless light. He suddenly stood up and pounced towards Chu Hen like a ferocious tiger. At the same time, he condensed his hands, and a sharp sword appeared in his hands. The sword was like lightning as it rapidly stabbed towards Chu Hen's throat. "Die!" Facing his opponent's swift and fierce sword, Chu Hen did not even have the intention of dodging. His eyes turned cold as he slightly opened his mouth. Roar! A deep dragon roar was suddenly emitted from his mouth. The invisible soundwave impact was like an incomparably fierce and cold hurricane. The space faintly trembled, and a circle of vigorous, transparent light surged out. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the long sword in Qi Xing's hand actually broke into 2 pieces. What? Qi Xing's expression changed drastically. His fierce face turned into a thick expression of shock. He originally wanted to sneak an attack when Yi Shiwen was unprepared. He never thought that Chu Hen's strength had already reached a height that he could not reach. Bang! An incomparably heavy sound rang out. Without any ability to resist, Chu Hen's heavy foot firmly landed on his opponent's chest. Along with the sound of bones breaking, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of Qi Xing's mouth. He flew out rapidly, his pupils constricted, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A transparent crystal ball flew out of Qi Xing's body. Accompanied by the sound of cracking, the crystal ball automatically burst and shattered immediately after. A ball of golden light quickly wrapped around Qi Xing's body. Hua! The air current in the space trembled, and Qi Xing immediately disappeared in front of Chu Hen. Following that, a beam of white light shone down, enveloping Chu Hen within it. It was as if he was in a teleportation array, and his position in space was rotated. This also meant that Chu Hen was about to go to the next battlefield, outside the Star Peak, on the fighting stage. Just when the people who were eliminated were leaving the battle arena, a series of light runes surged. Then, a figure covered in blood flew out from the 24th golden door. Bang, bang, bang! Like a sandbag, he fell heavily on the ground, and a thick layer of stone bricks was smashed into pieces. What was going on? Everyone in the room was startled by this. A few people who were closer ran forward to take a look. When they saw the situation of this person, they all frowned and couldn't bear to look at it. "Oh my God! Isn't this Qi Xing? Isn't it too tragic? Who did it? He was beaten so hard that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. His chest is sunken. It's terrible. Didn't he crush the crystal bead?" The crystal bead that was issued before, in addition to representing the participant's identity, was also a pass to enter and exit the battlefield. If you encountered an opponent that was too strong inside, you could crush the crystal bead on your own. Once the crystal bead was broken, you would be teleported out. At the same time, it also meant that you would be eliminated. Of course, behind the golden door was an illusory battlefield created by the reverberating star dream. It could sense whether the contestants were in danger of dying and make a judgment. If the injury was too serious and the aura of life was very weak, they would be automatically teleported out. Although the competition in the martial ancestor realm was cruel, but they also didn't want a large number of disciples to die in one competition. I guess he didn't have time to give up. TSK, how pitiful. I don't know if he can survive. I guess he'll be crippled even if he's saved. Looking at the half-dead Qi Xing being taken away by the 2 medical elders, a few Wuzong disciples secretly shook their heads. How ruthless! Whoosh! Chu Hen, who had left the previous battlefield, was then teleported to the next one. This time, it was an old and dilapidated palace. It was desolate and quiet. 2 rows of tall and majestic stone pillars supported the roof, and a few of them had fallen to the ground. It had to be said that although it was only an illusory battlefield, the degree of reality was almost no different from that of a normal world. "I'm afraid my opponent is already here," Chu Hen secretly pondered, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the huge palace. However, what surprised Chu Hen was that he couldn't sense any aura other than his in the entire palace. Still not here? Had he arrived first? Swoosh! At this moment, a sharp, wind-breaking force flew from behind him without any warning. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. He bent his body and did a somersault to dodge. Accompanied by a sharpness, a silver light beam flew past Chu Hen's shoulder. The light beam flew diagonally towards the stone pillar in front of him. With a dull thud, the huge stone pillar that was a few meters in diameter was directly penetrated. What a strong penetrating force! Before Chu Hen had time to exclaim, another 2 silver light beams flew diagonally towards him. As the 2 beams of light moved, they quickly became 2 solidified arrows of flowing light. They dragged out a forceful wave of air in the air and attacked Chu Hen's 2 legs from the left and right. To the instant Chu Hen leapt up, 2 silver arrows of light struck the stone tiles on the ground. 2 dark and gloomy round holes immediately appeared on the thick stone tiles. What a fast speed! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Immediately after, 3 more light arrows pierced through the air and attacked. Chu Hen dodged them once again and leapt behind a stone pillar. His gaze was slightly astonished as he looked at the empty palace hall. His opponent was actually so elusive. He had launched 3 consecutive attacks, but he still hadn't found his opponent's position. Chapter 1206. "Looks like he's an expert." Chu Hen leaned against the back of a stone pillar in the palace. His gaze was slightly astonished as he swept his gaze across the empty and dilapidated hall. From the beginning until now, the other party had released 3 attacks in a row, and the trajectory of each attack was different. In other words, every time the other party launched an attack, he would change his position. Moreover, during the process of moving, there was not the slightest bit of movement. This really surprised Chu Hen. Swoosh! Immediately after, another rapid whistling sound came whistling through the air. Chu Hen hurriedly dodged. Chi! 2 sharp silver arrows of light directly pierced through from the other side of the stone pillar. Their speed was fast, and their penetrating power was strong. They almost flew past Chu Hen's shoulder. There it was. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He immediately locked his target in the direction where the light arrows flew from. He raised his hand and set off a fierce palm energy. Like a fierce wave, the vast and mighty true essence palm energy swept all the way. Boom! A broken stone statue in front of him was instantly smashed by Chu Hen's palm attack. The aftermath of the violent power spread rapidly, and the 2 surrounding stone pillars were also cut in half. Chu Hen's gaze swept up and down wantonly, but the other party was like a ghost. There was nowhere to hide. Swoosh! In the next second, 2 arrows of light surrounded by a white cyclone fell diagonally from above. The 2 arrows, one on the left and one on the right, deliberately sandwiched Chu Hen in the middle, blocking the path of retreat. Chu Hen was secretly surprised. What a brilliant archery technique! Sure enough, when the 2 arrows arrived on both sides of Chu Hen, one on the left and one on the right, the 3rd arrow arrived as scheduled. Whoosh! The speed of the 3rd arrow was extremely fast. The sound of air being cut was clear and heavy. Chu Hen's pupils constricted. Then, a wisp of manic lightning faintly jumped in his eyes. Crack! In an instant, a dazzling silver bolt of lightning suddenly flew out of Chu Hen's body, and it was like a piercingly cold divine lightning blade that directly collided with the 3rd arrow. Bang! Sparks and fire rained down, and the silver arrow and the dark blue lightning blade collided head-on with each other. A chaotic gust of wind followed, wreaking havoc. Immediately after, both of Chu Hen's palms stretched out in the air. Accompanied by the loud cries of countless lightning birds, the densely packed lightning bolts were like a three-dimensional net that spread out endlessly, quickly spreading towards the space in front of them. Chi. In the blink of an eye, the huge palace was immediately enveloped by bright, dark blue lightning. Swish, swish, swish! At the same time, more than a dozen light arrows with piercingly cold auras shot out consecutively. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The extremely lethal arrow was like an invincible sword of divine radiance, and it slashed apart the 3D net formed by the luxurious and gorgeous pillars of lightning with an all-powerful might. However, at the same time when the opponent tore apart the lightning net, Chu Hen, who was originally standing in front of him, strangely disappeared without a trace. There seemed to be a slight tremor in the air. In the next moment, with a dull bang sound, a chaotic and piercingly cold airflow surged out of nowhere. Countless fine silver arcs of light extended out and quickly lingered back and forth in the air, and the wanton flowing silver arcs of lightning interweaved into a human silhouette. Boom! Along with the fine silver arcs of lightning, the human silhouette then hit the stone pillar in the center of the palace. In the next moment, a strong and steady arm directly grabbed the throat of the silhouette. Sorry, the game is over. Chu Hen's light and playful voice reverberated. A violent force once again surged down, and the giant stone pillar behind the opponent was directly smashed by the astonishing impact of the hidden force. The human silhouette that was lingering in the lightning arcs then became transparent and then quickly solidified. Following that, a pale and delicate face with a slightly flustered expression came into Chu Hen's sight. Chu Hen was startled and even more surprised. It was actually a woman. The other party had fair skin, a typical oval face, and a delicate face that gave people a soft and delicate feeling. Her figure was very light, and her fair and slender hand held a nimble and delicate crossbow. Chu Hen directly grabbed the opponent's neck, directly immobilizing him. He never expected that the person with such a sharp archery skill was actually such a delicate-looking woman. However, even so, Chu Hen did not have the intention of letting down his guard. You lost. Chu Hen looked at the opponent indifferently. Her silver teeth gently bit her lips, and her beautiful eyes were full of complicated feelings as she looked at the unfamiliar young man in front of her. There was unwillingness, confusion, surprise, and a lot of disbelief in her eyes. I know, she replied in a low voice. Give me the crystal ball. The woman's shapely eyebrows knitted, looking at Chu Hen's deep and calm eyes like the starry sky, and then she tremblingly raised her right hand. Chu Hen slightly raised his handsome eyebrows, reaching out to grab the crystal ball from the other party's hand, and then immediately loosened his grip on the other party's neck, releasing her. The woman's delicate body trembled slightly, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She slightly recovered from the edge of suffocation, gently rubbing her neck, and looked at Chu Hen with a profound gaze. Why did you let me go? I usually don't kill women. After saying that, Chu Hen did not hesitate to crush the crystal ball in his palm. Crack! Thousands of crystal fragments floated out, and the woman was immediately enveloped by a layer of golden light. Hua! In the next instant, the other party turned into a shadow and disappeared from the hall. At the same time, a beam of white light descended from the sky and surrounded Chu Hen. He lightly heaved a sigh of relief, and a faint sense of relief surged in his eyes. In fact, every arrow released by the other party was extremely fierce, but all the attacks avoided Chu Hen's vital parts. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Hen let her go. Hua! Subsequently, strands of white light rose up, and Chu Hen was immediately teleported to the next battlefield. Star Peak. On the fighting ring, the participating disciples that were constantly being eliminated were like birds that had broken free from the 32 cages. But these birds did not feel happy because they had obtained freedom. Extremely many people's faces were filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Suddenly, a wave of gentle light rippled out from the golden door, and then a lithe and slender, beautiful figure appeared on the arena. Compared to the others that were thrown out, bounced off, and flew out, she appeared on the fighting ring more steadily. However, her expression seemed to be a little absent-minded, as though she was still thinking about what had just happened. When everyone saw her, they couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. It can't be. Senior Sister Ningyu was eliminated so early? Damn, it's really her. Did she fight 2 rounds? So fast? Other than Senior Brother Chiu Xingyi and Lu Qin, who did not participate, she should be the first disciple on the Heaven Martial Leaderboard to be eliminated, right? Ningyu, a genius, ranked 12th on the Heaven Martial Leaderboard. She and Qi Qianying were the only 2 women on the Heaven Martial Leaderboard. Everyone knew that Ning Yu's assassination archery was top-notch. She had an extremely accurate calculation mind and a powerful concealment ability. Her bloodline boundary could restrain her aura to almost a state of nothingness. She could even conceal herself for a long time while she was moving. Her arrows were not real arrows. Instead, they were crystal arrows that were condensed from true origin energy. The strength of their penetrative power was not inferior to ordinary divine arrows. In the case of a side fight, it was very troublesome. It should be because she did not occupy a good geographical position. An assassin has a very high requirement for the terrain. If it was a plain area without any cover, her battle power would be greatly reduced. Someone guessed. Yes, I think so too. If it was a jungle or an abandoned city with complicated terrain, other than the top 5 of the Heaven Martial Leaderboard, no one would be able to defeat Senior Sister Ningyu. No one doubted Ningyu's assassination ability. If she had the advantage of terrain, her battle power would be close to the top 5 of the Heaven Martial Leaderboard. But once she was in an open plain, the assassin's power would be greatly reduced. It was precisely because of this imbalance that Ningyu's ranking on the Heaven Martial Leaderboard was not high. Senior Sister Ningyu, which battlefield were you eliminated in? A curious and daring disciple could not help but ask. Ningyu was startled and silently glanced at the other person. Abandoned palace. Abandoned palace? As soon as these words came out, the audience could not help but be in an uproar. Even many of the high-level elders on the Xingqing Peak viewing platform were surprised. Although the terrain of the abandoned palace could not be compared to a jungle or a city, there were still many places where one could hide. For an assassin, it could be considered a good location. But Ningyu had actually lost. Chapter 1207. Boom! In a desert where the sun was setting, chaotic core force shockwaves set off a sandstorm that filled the sky. As a violent force swept out, a disheveled figure was immediately sent flying. After landing heavily on the ground, he clutched his chest with one hand and found it difficult to stand up again. "You've lost!" An indifferent voice rang out. A slender young figure slowly walked out from the sandstorm that filled the sky. The sandstorm behind him stirred up the heavens and earth like a tornado. The martial arts sect disciple who had fallen on the ground looked at the figure in horror. The disparity in strength allowed him to quickly understand the situation in front of him. He helplessly took out a crystal pearl, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. The loser was then surrounded by a golden light. He then turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. The 8th, Chu Hen raised his gaze slightly and looked at the white pillar of light descending from the sky. He had won all 8 battles in a row, apart from the assassin whom he had met in the second battle. The other battles were basically decided within 3 moves without exception. As of now, the battle for the top 32 was not too difficult. Hua! Immediately after, the airflow trembled and the space rotated. Chu Hen was summoned to the next battlefield. A dazzling white light surged, and the surrounding desert area immediately disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a large and dilapidated arena. In the circular arena, there were empty seats in all directions. There was no one around, and it was unusually lonely. Buzz! However, in the next moment, a piercingly cold wind suddenly flew out from behind Chu Hen. Chu Hen suddenly turned around, and a cold, golden, sword shadow was reflected in his cold eyes. In the process of moving, the sword shadow quickly split into two, then two into four sharp swords that seemed to be solid pierced towards the vital parts of Chu Hen's body. Without any hesitation, a thick black light suddenly gushed out from Chu Hen's body. The black light wantonly intertwined and quickly rushed up his right arm. He punched out, and a fierce fist force surged down like a mountain torrent. Boom! The violent fist force was like a shocking dragon, and the majestic fist light was like a ferocious tiger pouncing out, meeting the four sword shadows head-on. Incomparably violent and heavy explosions rang out one after another, and a chaotic airflow suddenly burst forth. The space trembled uneasily, and a huge pit was blasted open on the ground. The true elemental energy that was released recklessly burst forth. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed as he looked to his left and right. Buzz! With him as the center, the area within a radius of 1,000 feet lit up with luxurious and gorgeous silver runes. The patterns of light interwove with each other like dragons of the earth, swimming back and forth, forming a complicated pattern. An incomparably vigorous Reiki energy aura spread out. An entire arena was instantly filled with a chilly killing intent that was like the bleak autumn wind. Ha! It's actually you. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. A cold, mocking laugh came from the front. Chu Hen lifted his gaze as traces of playfulness surged in his eyes. Star Peak. The 32 golden gates that stood on the arena displayed a majestic aura. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. One figure after another was teleported out of the golden door. Then they returned resentfully to the bottom of the stage. The number of people on the spectator stands gradually increased. This also meant that there were fewer and fewer participants inside the golden gates. At this moment, on those golden gates, there were many eye-catching, sharp words. Above each of the 32 gates, there was a person's name. According to what Elder Lu said previously, the crowd could not directly see the situation inside the arenas, but the name of the person with the most wins in each arena would appear above the gates. Wang Li, Pei Yi, Qi Qianying Wu Yan, and the other top monstrous geniuses on the Heaven Martial Roll were impressively among them. Those disciples on the Heaven Martial Roll have basically occupied the places to advance to the next round. Ning Qiushui, the master of the South Spirit Peak, said from the high viewing platform of Star Peak. Yes, that's to be expected, Ao Yunzhuang, the master of the mysterious East Peak, nodded in agreement. Other than Ningyu, who had been eliminated early on, the names of the remaining disciples on the Heaven Martial Roll appeared on different gates. It seems that there are a few names that I haven't seen before. The one who spoke was the master of the West Sky Peak, Situ Song. Oh! Ning Qiushui looked surprised. Look at number 17, number 9, and number 28, following the direction that Situ Song pointed. Ao Yunzhuang and Ning Qiushui looked over. The names above the 3 golden gates were Yi Yao, Long Xuanshuang, Zhao Qingkai. I know that Zhao Qingkai. He seems to be a new disciple of our mysterious East Peak. Ao Yunzhuang replied before continuing. His father is the city lord of Hidden Sky City, Zhao Xuanxiong. He has the bloodline limit of the Sacred Tree Soul Body, passed down in his family. Sacred Tree Soul Body? Ning Qiushui was a little surprised. What about the other 2? I don't think I've heard of them before. Ao Yunzhuang shook his head. They should be new too. The martial sect did not recruit new disciples every year. Sometimes there would be a gap of 2 or even 3 years. Even though Zhao Qingkai, Yi Yao, and the rest had been in the sect for more than a year, they were still called new disciples before the next disciple recruitment. The 3 of them could not help but look at the silent Beichin Peak master, Yuan Shang. They're from my Beichin Peak Academy. Yuan Shang said indifferently. Huh. Situ Song, the master of the West Sky Peak Master, revealed a faint smile. I didn't expect Beichen Peak Academy to produce so many outstanding geniuses this year. Not bad. It seems like Peak Master Yuan Shang has been hiding your strength all this while, right? There was a hint of frivolity in his words. Beichen Peak Academy was the weakest of the 4 Peak Academies. They could not avoid being ridiculed by the other Peak Academies in every sect battle. Now, apart from Wu Yan, there were 2 more people participating in the competition for the advancement spots. It was somewhat surprising. Yuan Shang snorted coldly at Situ Song's sarcastic words and ignored them. At this moment, he was slightly surprised in his heart. He was sure that Yi Yao would be able to stand out. After all, the best resources of Beichen Peak Academy had been used on her in the past year. However, Long Xuanxuang's outstanding performance was puzzling. Yuan Shang was not unfamiliar with Long Xuanxuang. Yi Yao had mentioned to him a few times that she hoped Beichen Peak Academy would pay attention to Long Xuanxuang, but the latter was only at the limit of the profound body bloodline. Even if they poured more effort into her, her future achievements would still be limited. Therefore, Yuan Shang did not take Yi Yao's words to heart. However, her current winning rate had actually reached the first place in the 9th competition zone. It was slightly unbelievable. On the southern viewing platform. Second Brother Wu, how many rounds have you passed? Did you kneel in the first round? CK off. I'm telling you, Ding Xiaoyan, I was eliminated in the 3rd round. Do you have any objections? It's only the 3rd round. I made it to the 4th round. Please call me Ding Xiaoyan in the future. Yo. You're the dignified, proud Sky Team, but none of the 4 of you passed the 4th round. You still have the nerve to brag to us? CK, what do you mean? Did the 3 of us offend you when you 2 quarrel? That's right. Wu Mian and Ding Xiaoyan had nothing to do, so they stood together and bickered. At this moment, a handsome figure with a slightly helpless expression landed on the viewing platform not far away. Wu Mian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Over here, junior brother Qingyi." That person was none other than Zhao Qingyi. Glancing at Wu Mian and the rest, Zhao Qingyi walked over. "Junior brother Qingyi, even you were eliminated?" Wu Mian asked in surprise. Although Zhao Qingyi was merely a newcomer, the continuous exertion of the limit of the tree soul's sacred physique meant that his cultivation was not weak. Logically speaking, even if he could not last until the end, he should be able to pass a few more rounds. Zhao Qingyi shook his head and laughed bitterly. "I met Wang Li, CK." The few of them were startled. "You were in the 3rd competition area?" Ding Xiaoyan asked. Zhao Qingyi nodded. "That is indeed quite unlucky. However, losing to Senior Wang Li is not shameful at all." Zhao Qingyi laughed dryly, his gaze sweeping towards the golden door of number 28. "Luckily, Qingyi has some hope of advancing." "Oh, right. Weren't you and Chu Hen in the same competition area?" "That's right. I did not meet him, but that competition area was a little chaotic. Even the strongest assassin, Senior Sister Ningyu, who was ranked 12th on the Heaven Marshal list, was eliminated." "Oh? Who did it? Was it Chu Hen?" Zhao Qingyi asked. "It can't be. I think it should be the person who eliminated me," Wu Mian said with a straight face. But instantly, Ding Xiaoyun and the rest rolled their eyes. "Why don't you tell us who eliminated you? Don't tell us it was Pei Yi and Qi Qianying. They were not in the same competition area as you." This. Wu Mian scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. I did not even see who he was, but I can confirm that he's a zone-level arcane master. Moreover, his attacks were very vicious and merciless. If I did not crush the crystal bead in time, I would probably be lying here talking to you guys right now. Zone-level arcane master? Ruthless? The few of them subconsciously swept their gaze towards the golden door of number 24 where Chu Hen was, only to see 2 clear words on the door. It's him. Zhao, Qingyi, Wu Mian, Ding Xiaoyan, and the rest's pupils shrank. It's you. In the wide and flat gladiator arena, between heaven and earth, a cold and desolate aura permeated the air. Inside a huge glyph that spanned several hundred meters, a cold wind blew. Chu Hen was inside, staring at the cold and arrogant figure in front of him. Zong, level arcane master, 9th on the heaven marshal list. West Sky Peak, Lu Liao. Enemies on a narrow road. What he said was absolutely correct. Lu Liao looked at Chu Hen with a cold smile. I really admire you. You're able to remain so calm even after falling into my 10,000 sword frenzy-killing formation. Chu Hen's handsome brows slightly raised as he replied with a playful smile. I'm also very surprised. Pei Yi isn't here. This time, you actually didn't run when you saw me. Run? What a joke. Do you really think you're invincible in the world? A loser dares to speak so boldly? Humph. Dense killing intent surged in Lu Liao's eyes. You think too highly of yourself. I didn't set up a glyph in the back mountain the other time. This time, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. To an arcane master, seizing the initiative was the most important thing. Just like a hunter, no matter how strong the beast was, as long as he had enough time to set up a trap, he would be able to hunt and kill his opponent. Obviously, this time, Lu Liao had already completed his trap and was waiting. 10,000 sword, frenzy, killing formation. Whoosh! An endless amount of spiritual energy burst out from his Naiwen palace. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with a sharp and murderous aura. Accompanied by the chaotic cold air, the large glyph under Chu Hen's feet immediately released a dazzling radiance. Between heaven and earth, a cyclone formed. The sharp radiance swept in all directions. The glyph rotated at high speed. Silver flying swords that seemed to be solid flew out from the runes of the glyph. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless silver flying swords soared into the sky and surrounded Chu Hen, forming a majestic whirlwind of swords. Tens of thousands of flying swords shook the heavens and the earth, tearing through the air and emitting a cold, destructive aura. Chapter 1208. Go to hell. 10,000 sword killing array. Heaven and earth trembled, and the sky lost its color. An incomparable bleak and desolate killing intent tore through the entire field. In an instant, the countless flying swords surrounding Chu Hen were like a huge coiling python. With a spiraling force, they charged towards Chu Hen, who was in the middle of the formation, to kill him. The dense sword shadows were like tens of thousands of arrows, filled with murderous intent. The space was about to be torn apart, and the endless destructive aura was released. Lu Liao's eyes surged with malevolence, as if he could already see Chu Hen's miserable appearance of being torn into pieces. Shoo! 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 One after another, incomparably sharp flying swords dragged out powerful air waves in the air. Facing such a concentrated and powerful attack that had nowhere to hide, there was not the slightest bit of fear on Chu Hen's face. In the instant that the dangerous aura that was comparable to a flood crushed in all directions, Chu Hen's eyes focused. Following a burst of intense energy, rhythmically, a whirlpool-like purple flame tornado suddenly engulfed and expanded outwards. The violent wind howled, and the terrifying power was like a giant wheel of wind and fire that was about to explode. Rumble. The earth cracked and the space was twisted. The giant purple flame will spun rapidly in the opposite direction of the silver flying sword vortex. The two violent forces tore and collided with each other, like two intertwining steel blades, and a series of heavy shock waves of power collided. For example, two nebulas collided. Boom! In the next instant, the purple flame tornado suddenly stacked up, and an even more violent force rose into the sky. It was as if they had suddenly entered a volcano that was filled with magma. The huge tornado spread out rapidly, and all the flying swords that were filled with killing intent were like fallen leaves that were swept up by the autumn wind. They were all sent flying in all directions The disorderly flying swords flew out wantonly and scattered everywhere. Looking at Chu Hen in the center of the purple tornado, Lu Liao's face darkened, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Humph, don't be too happy, it's just the beginning." Lu Liao put his palms together, and a beautiful Reiki energy intertwined between his palms and arms. Buzz! The brilliant glyph formation shone brightly and operated at a high speed. All the flying swords that had been knocked away returned to the same track. Countless flying swords soared into the sky, like a stream flowing into a river, immediately turning into an incomparably spectacular sword river Great Tao. Tens of thousands of flying swords formed a sword river that leaped into the sky. Then, like a giant dragon, it swooped down with the momentum of the Milky Way falling from the sky toward Chu Hen, who was in the center of the purple flame storm. 10,000 swords, kill! Kill the destructive, piercingly cold aura crushed downwards. The austere killing intent enveloped the entire area of the glyph array. A rain of swords fell, covering the sky and covering the earth. Swish, swish, swish! Countless sharp flying swords flew into the flaming storm one after another. Wave after wave of chaotic energy, ripples surged out from within. The power of strangulation destroyed everything. When the entire great path of the sword river entered the purple storm, an especially powerful aura fluctuation came from the void again. Thousands of dazzling array patterns intertwined with each other, and in an instant, a giant sword exuding an endless killing aura quietly formed. Buzz! Waves of piercingly cold and majestic sword aura spread in all directions, shaking the sky. The giant sword slanted across the sky, rolling up streams of cold and majestic sword patterns as it slashed down. "Humph, you can disappear now." Lu Liao sneered. Swoosh! Together with the piercingly cold aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Without giving Chu Hen any chance to breathe, the huge sword that was surrounded by chaotic sword patterns followed the momentum of the sword river and slashed into the purple storm. Boom! The terrifying power of Nirvana directly destroyed the ground. An entire interior space of the arena suddenly caved in. The ground split open, and the soil exploded. Countless ravines wantonly extended all the way to the seats outside the arena. The majestic sword momentum was like a heavenly tribulation divine punishment, and it firmly struck the center of the storm vortex. It was like a huge stone thrown into deep water, and an earth-shattering purple wave exploded from within, bursting into the heavens and the earth. This attack was truly capable of destroying mountains and rivers. The aftermath of the heavy and surging airwaves could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, almost destroying and flattening the entire arena. Humph! Arrogant thing. How are you going to survive this time? Lu Liao's face had a trace of a vicious smile. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face quietly froze. What replaced it was deep shock and disbelief. Under the shroud of the overwhelming sword aura, an extraordinarily handsome young figure stood unscathed. He quietly looked at Lu Liao, who was in front of him, a frivolous smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Lu Liao frowned, and his mind involuntarily began to tremble. Not far in front of Chu Hen, there was actually a strange black shadow hovering. The black shadow silhouette was exactly the same as Chu Hen's, but the domineering power that it revealed had a kind of frightening, mysterious aura. That's all you've got? Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows twitched, and a cold playfulness began to surge in his eyes. Lu Liao panicked. At this moment, he sincerely realized that he had underestimated this new disciple in front of him, who had only been in the sect for a little more than a year. Without any hesitation, Lu Liao raised his hand, and a crystal bead immediately appeared in the palm of his hand. "Heh!" Chu Hen faintly chuckled. "Before you leave, I'm afraid you'll have to leave something behind." "Hum!" Chu Hen's pupils turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow in front of him flashed in front of Lu Liao like a ghost, and then a black arm reached out. In an instant, countless black rays of light instantly exploded and entangled Lu Liao within it. Following that, an extremely domineering pulling force surged out from the black shadow's palm. A black whirlpool immediately formed in front of Lu Liao. Lu Liao's expression changed drastically, and he was incomparably shocked to find that his Naiwan palace had been forcefully broken, and his street tree seemed to have been uprooted by an invisible hand of a demon. An unprecedented fear spread from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, in his eyes, Chu Hen was simply like a demon from hell. He exclaimed in shock, "No, crack!" The crystal bead in his hand cracked and exploded into countless crystal shards. A rich golden light quickly enveloped Lu Liao's entire body. However, at the same moment when Lu Liao turned into a ray of light and was teleported out, a wind cave seemed to have leaked out from the center of his brows. Accompanied by a stream of Reiki energy, the shadow of a tree with thousands of swaying runes was directly pulled out by the black shadow. Star Peak. The sect war was progressing in an orderly manner. No! At this moment, an extremely terrified scream was like a boulder smashing into a mirror, breaking the current calm atmosphere without any warning. Following that, a layer of violent energy fluctuation shook the number 24 golden door, and an extremely miserable figure directly fell out from the inside, heavily smashing onto the ground. No, that person crawled up in a crazed manner, intending to once again rush into the number 24 golden door. However, after a few steps, his chi and blood surged up, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and fell head first onto the ground. Everyone present was stunned. Each and every one of them looked at the figure on the ground with astonishment. It seems to be Lu Liao? It can't be. A medical elder on Star Peak immediately flew onto the battle stage, and then went forward to check on the other party's condition. Following that, the medical elder's expression suddenly changed. Both of his eyes were wide open, and he looked at the 4 peak masters on the Star Peak's viewing platform in shock. "Dao Street Tree has been destroyed. Boom!" A few simple words were transmitted into everyone's ears, and it was like a bolt from the blue. Every martial ancestor realm disciple in the audience was completely shocked. Even the elders on Xingqing Peak had shocked expressions on their faces. West Dome Peak Master Situ Song frowned, and his expression immediately became gloomy. The street tree had been destroyed. This meant that Lu Liao, who was ranked 9th on the heavenly martial list, had been directly reduced to a cripple. To any inscription master, destroying the street tree was definitely a blow that was heavier than death. Who did it? This question appeared in everyone's mind. Such a cruel and merciless method. Who exactly did it? It's the 24th competition area again. The 24th. The competition area that eliminated the most outstanding assassin on the heavenly martial list, Ningyu, early on. Everyone's gaze simultaneously swept towards the number 24 golden door. On top of the door, there were still the 2 words Lu Liao floating clearly. From the beginning, his name had occupied the door, and at this moment, bang! A crisp sound rang out, and like the shattering of ice crystals, the 2 words Lu Liao directly turned into countless crystal fragments. Following that, a brand new word gradually emerged. Chapter 1209. Bang! Under the horrified gazes of the audience, the 2 words Lu Liao on the golden door number 24 quietly crumbled into a bubble of shadow. Then, 2 brand new words slowly appeared. Chu Hen. Hua. When they saw the 2 words, the entire fighting ring was in an unprecedented uproar. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. It's Chu Hen. Wu Mian's voice was trembling from the southern spectator stand. Beside him, Zhao Qingyi, Ding Xiaoyan, and the others were also stunned speechless. Even the peak courtyard masters on Xingqing Peak could not help but squint their eyes. Everyone in the martial sect was familiar with the name Chu Hen. Before he entered the sect, he became famous because of his martial talent beyond the 9th grade and profound body's bloodline limit. He shone in the martial competition with the newcomers, and then he fought head-on with young Master Qingcheng, who was ranked 11th on the Heaven Martial leaderboard. Just over a year ago, there was a rumor in the sect that he had fled the martial sect overnight because he offended Pei, and now he actually announced his powerful return in such a way. So he's Chu Hen. Below the ring, Ningyu pursed her red lips and clenched her fists. The pair of eyes that were as deep as the Milky Way unconsciously appeared in her mind. Everyone stared at the 2 words on the golden door number 24 with solemn eyes. Then they looked at the unconscious Lu Liao, destroying the street tree. This method was simply cruel. It's really scary. Who exactly is that Chu Hen? Even senior brother Lu Liao lost so miserably. He's even more pitiful than Qixing. From today onwards, Lu Liao will no longer be on the Heaven Martial leaderboard. Yes, Chu Hen will definitely replace this position. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming, but at the same time, there were people who were doubtful. Don't say it too early. It's not certain if it was Chu Hen who did it. That's right. Look at senior brother Lu Liao. He doesn't have any injuries on his body. Obviously, he didn't have an intense battle. No matter how powerful Chu Hen was, it was impossible for him to destroy his opponent's street tree in an instant, right? Therefore, I think senior brother Lu Liao must have made a mistake and caused the power of the runes to backfire, thus destroying his street tree. Are you kidding me? With Lu Liao's mastery of runes, how could he possibly make a mistake? And he even suffered a backlash? Humph, such a big brain hole. Nothing's impossible. If you often walk by the river, it's inevitable that you'll get your shoes wet. Otherwise, how could you explain the lack of battle marks on Lu Liao's body? Don't tell me that Chu Hen directly put his hand into senior brother Lu Liao's Naiwan Palace and crushed his street tree? Don't be silly. Even the 8 peak masters wouldn't be so straightforward, right? You're absolutely right. It's most likely because of senior brother Lu Liao's mistake that Chu Hen, who is ranked 2nd in terms of wins, replaced him. A bunch of jealous fellows. Because they did not have a direct understanding of the situation, there were all sorts of guesses and opinions about many things. Some firmly believed that it was Chu Hen's doing. Some thought that it was Lu Liao's own mistake. There were also some who were confused and did not believe either side. However, one thing was undeniable. From today onwards, Lu Liao would be completely removed from the Heavenly Martial leaderboard, and there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. This was punishment, and also revenge. It stemmed from Chu Hen's ruthless revenge. On Xingqing Peak, the masters of the peak schools all had different feelings. Mysterious East Peak Master Ao Yunzhuang and South Spirit Peak Master Ning Chushui felt pity. The loss of a Zong level rune master would affect the overall standard of the Wu Zong disciples. West Dome Peak Master Situ Song's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anger. After all, Lu Liao was a disciple of his West Dome Peak. Now that his street tree was destroyed in front of everyone, it was an indirect slap to Situ Song's face. Beichen Peak Master Yuan Shang still maintained his silence, deep in thought. On the contrary, Deacon Elder Liu, who was in charge of this sect tournament, frowned, looking like he had a lot on his mind. One had to know that he was in charge of recruiting new disciples in the Qinqing province. He was also the one who left out Chu Hen and ordered him to carry out the assessment, while Yi Yao, Long Xuanchuang, and the others were exempted from the assessment. If Chu Hen really defeated Lu Liao, it would mean that Elder Liu had made an error in judgment. Time passed minute by minute and second by second. More and more contestants were being eliminated. The vast crowd began to fill up the spectator stands around the Ling Xiao battle platform, just like at the beginning. The grand and majestic spectator stand was magnificent and majestic. For example, the huge ship floating in the vast void. As time passed, the number of contestants being transported out of the 32 Golden Gates decreased, here and there. Each time there was a long time gap. This also meant that the top 32 were already at the end of the promotion round. It was not far from the quota. It's getting more and more nervous. Hang in there. Wu Mian stood uneasily as he looked at the 3 names above the 9, 17, and 24 gates. It's not even you. Why are you so nervous? Ding Xiaoyan rolled his eyes at him. What do you know? It's been a long time since 4 people from our Beichin Peak Academy made it to the top 32. Don't you think I'm nervous? That's true. After so long, there's finally a glimmer of hope. It's worth looking forward to. Zhao Qingyi also looked anxiously at the name Zhao Qingkai above the Golden Gate number 28. Do your best. Qingkai will definitely last until the end. Wang. Suddenly, at this moment, a disheveled figure was ejected from the Golden Gate number 3. An entire Golden Gate suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The 2 words Wang lay on it shone even more brilliantly, swaying with rainbow-like rays of light. He advanced. Elder Lu announced, excitedly from the star-raising summit stage. Then, with a heavy muffled bang, the entire luxurious and majestic golden door number 3 shattered like a mirror. Under the nervous gaze of everyone present, it shattered into golden fragments that filled the sky. An invisible and powerful aura spread out in all directions. Everyone's eyes lit up. A young figure with an extraordinary bearing stood high up in the sky. It's Senior Brother Wang Li. Amazing. No wonder he's the champion of the last sect battle. He's actually the first to advance to the next round. Senior Brother Wang Li will definitely win. The South Spirit Peak Academy disciples were extremely excited. Peak Master Ning Qiushui also revealed a satisfied look of praise. In the next moment, the Golden Gate number 6 not far away also released a powerful energy wave. The 2 words Pei above the gate were even more dazzling. Bang! A powerful wave of air surged in all directions, and a figure that revealed a cold and domineering aura directly suppressed the crowd. Senior Brother Pei Yi also advanced, almost at the same time. These 2 people are really powerful. Then the Golden Gate number 1 was unwilling to be left out and exploded. The sky was filled with a rain of petals, and it was a peerless and extraordinary scene. The Dongxian peaks, Qi, Chenying followed closely behind. My cold hasn't gotten any better, so I went to buy some medicine in the afternoon. I originally planned to update twice a day, but these few days my brothers have been especially generous, so I feel bad if I don't write more. Chapter 1210. After Wang Li and Pei Yi, Qi Chenying also took the promotion spot without showing any signs of weakness. The chaotic airflow spread out wantonly on the high firmament combat platform. A formless and powerful aura shook the entire area. In an instant, an unprecedented cheer rose from the crowd. Dongxian Peak will win. Nanling Peak will win. Westone Peak will win. The 3 favorites to win could be said to be the crowd's expectations, setting off a torrential atmosphere. The 3 of them stood in the air and looked at each other from afar, like the bright moon and stars competing for brilliance. Immediately after, a series of strong fluctuations came from the inside of another golden door. The 2 words Wien that appeared on it also shone with a bright light. It's Senior Brother Wien. That's great. The disciples of the Beichin Peak Academy also burst into cheers and cheers. Under everyone's gaze, the golden door quickly shattered, and a young figure with a gentle temperament appeared in front of everyone. Senior Brother Wien will win. Go, Beichin Peak Academy! Compared to the other 3 Peak Academies, Beichin Peak Academy's cheers seemed to be more enthusiastic. Although he was not the most popular candidate for the sect battle, the entire Beichin Peak Academy had high hopes for Wien. That's Peak Master Yuan Shang's personal disciple, right? He is indeed a rare talent. Ning Qiushui, the master of the South Spirit Peak, praised him. Situ Song, the West Dome Peak master, smiled faintly. Yuan Shang frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "What are you laughing at?" Situ Song glanced sideways. "Nothing. I just feel that it's rare for Beichin Peak Academy to have such a talent." It seemed like he was praising Wuyan, but in fact he was mocking the entire Beichin Peak Academy. Although Beichin Peak Academy had been criticized by the other peak academies for many years, it really made Yuan Shang very unhappy when he heard those words from Situ Song. Seeing that Yuan Shang was about to lose his temper, Ning Qiushui quickly stopped him. "Peak Master Yuan Shang, don't be angry. Peak Master Situ was just joking. Don't take it to heart." "Humph." Yuan Shang frowned, snorted coldly, and immediately ignored him. As time passed, the huge golden doors on the soaring firmament battle platform exploded one after another. It was like the barrier of the sky had been shattered, and layer after layer of intense energy, fluctuations, swept out successively from the surface of the platform. One by one, the martial ancestor realm geniuses obtained the qualifications to advance to the next round. Outside the arena, the cheers were incessant, like a raging sea tide, rising and falling. Bang! After all the top disciples on the Heaven Martial ranking had obtained their spots, the 17th and the 9th golden doors shattered in less than 3 seconds. The two silhouettes with ethereal temperaments were like a bright and beautiful scenery, causing people's eyes to light up. It's junior sister Yi Yao and junior sister Long. Wu Mian applauded excitedly. Compared to the other people who had advanced, everyone was a little surprised by Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang. Damn, these two are rookies. So what if he's a newbie? You don't know, do you? That Yi Yao possesses the bloodline limit of the Tai Chi divine physique, and I heard she's already been taken as the personal disciple of Peak Master Yuan Shang. She's so amazing. What about that Long Xuanxuang? I don't know about Long Xuanxuang, but I know she's very beautiful. I think so too, and I think she's on par with senior sister Qianing. Needless to say, Long Xuanxuang's noble bearing that was cold and elegant like an iceberg was especially attractive. Many people below the arena looked at each other with attentive gazes. On the other hand, Long Xuanxuang seemed as if she didn't notice it, and her gaze swept directly towards the golden door. At that door, the two words Chu Hen seemed to be especially dazzling. Big brother Chu Hen isn't done yet? Yi Yao looked at the golden door with slight surprise. She didn't know exactly what unimaginable things had happened behind the door. Very soon, only a few of the 32 golden doors were left standing on the arena. Many people's hearts were in their mouths. Although the name on the door was the one with the highest winning rate, even if one had a winning streak, all their previous efforts would be in vain if they were to lose a match later on. So, until the last step, the name on the door would most likely change. The winner of Zone 28 is about to appear. Someone below the arena exclaimed. Zhao Qingyi, who was below the arena, felt her heart skip a beat. She clenched her fists and stared at the door. A dazzling light shone in all directions. When a figure was eliminated, the 3 words Zhao Qingkai on the door shone brightly. Zhao Qingyi's eyes lit up. Success! Bang! The door shattered and a shadow flew out. A beautiful figure with a nimble figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Another newcomer? From Dongshan Peak. I think he's called Zhao Qingkai. Amazing! This is already the 3rd newcomer. There's a 4th. Where? Where are you talking about? Bang! Before the voice died away, a strong gust of wind surged out from the golden door. A battered and exhausted figure was directly sent flying out, crashing heavily onto the ground. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their gazes swept over in unison. Who's the one who was eliminated? Almost everyone's attention was on this question. Boom! In the next moment, the entire door shattered like a light screen. Countless rays of light flew everywhere, and a majestic aura permeated the air, attacking the entire numinous battle ring. Feeling this aura that was as natural as it could get, Wang Li, Qi Qianying, Wu Yan, and the other geniuses looked over in shock. Amidst the chaotic cyclones that fluttered like rain, a slender figure with a proud bearing and slightly thin figure stood in midair, and he appeared shockingly beneath the sky. Whoosh! A majestic aura swept out in all directions. Yi Yao, Long Xuanchuang, Wu Yan, and the rest's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Pei Ye's eyes were surging with a hint of coldness. The 24th door. He knew that was Lu Liao's division. If that was the case, Lu Liao had probably been eliminated. It's that Chu Hen. Is this guy really the one who destroyed senior brother Lu Liao? It's not certain. Although he got a promotion, it doesn't mean that he's the one who defeated senior brother Lu Liao. The audience could not help but start a debate again. While they were talking to each other, the remaining golden doors also exploded on the numinous battle ring. In the blink of an eye, the arena that originally stood towering with 32 enormous golden doors had already become completely empty, and what replaced them were the 32 young figures with extraordinary auras that hovered above the arena. All 32 promotion spots were confirmed. They were the top 15 geniuses on the Heaven Marshal list. Apart from Qiu Xingyi and Lu Chen's absence, Ningyu and Lu Liao's elimination, the remaining 11 all lived up to expectations and obtained promotion spots. In comparison, the most surprising thing was that 4 new disciples actually made it into the top 32. 3 of them were even disciples of the Beichin Peak Academy. On the contrary, Qi Xing, Yang Rong, and the other famous newcomers did not shine in this sect battle. 32 people were standing here. Invisible auras collided with each other, and the airflow on the entire battle ring became restless. At the same time, this also meant that a more direct sect battle was about to begin. Looking at the imposing figures in front of him, Elder Lu took a few steps forward, raised his head, and announced with an extremely deep voice, Chapter 1211. The top 32 have all been confirmed. Next, it will be the first round of the open battle, which is also the true battle between the sects. Elder Lu's deep voice was like a bugle horn, unknowingly making people excited and full of fighting spirit. The eyes of the martial arts sect disciples around the fighting ring lit up, their faces filled with anticipation. Finally, it's time. Dongxian Peak will win. Shichong Peak will win. Many jubilant shouts rang out, erupting into thunderous cheers. Feeling the enthusiastic atmosphere, the eyes of Wang Li, Pei Yi Wu Yan, and the other geniuses were like unsheathed swords. Emitting a sharp light, Elder Lu looked solemnly at the 32 young figures standing on the fighting ring in front of him. Next, take out the crystal beads in your hands. Everyone did as they were told, lifting their palms slightly and flipping the transparent crystal beads in their hands. Immediately, Elder Lu waved his hand and a golden light shot out. Buzz! The beautiful golden light swept toward the sky above Xingqing Peak and turned into a circular golden wheel. The golden wheel rotated slowly, emitting a strong spatial rhythm. Immediately after, the crystal beads in the hands of the 32 people in front floated in the air at the same time, flying toward the golden wheel one after another. The beautiful scene was like a meteor chasing the moon. Soon, the 32 crystal beads with different names flew into the golden wheel one after another. The already dazzling golden wheel shone brightly once again. Accompanied by a strong energy wave, strange runes began to wander. Under the gaze of everyone present, the shape of the golden wheel changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a rectangular light screen. The light screen was more than 50 meters long and wide, like a smooth square mirror floating high in the sky. Then, let's see who the 2 genius disciples will be in the first battle to advance to the top 16. Just as Elder Lu finished speaking, 2 eye-catching names flashed quickly on the left and right sides of the light screen. like a flashing lantern, everyone's name flashed rapidly. Buzz. The invisible airflow trembled slightly, and the two words on the left side of the light screen quietly froze. Chu Hen. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even Chu Hen himself was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he would be the first to fight. Immediately afterward, a name on the right side of the light screen also fell into a still state. Shen Hong. Hua. In an instant, the entire audience couldn't help but burst into a clamor. Damn, he did it on purpose, right? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Is he giving Shen Hong a chance to save his face? Everyone knew that during the competition for the Star Keys, Shen Hong had not only been brutally beaten by Chu Hen, but he also owed several thousand Star Keys. Because he could not pay them back, even his family's divine artifact, the violent divine hammer, had been stolen. The grudge between the two of them could be said to be self-evident. Hee, aren't you here to deliver your head? The first match is a good start. Wu Mian danced happily in the audience. Everyone knew that the top 16 was in the bag. The first battle, Chu Hen versus Shen Hong. The rest of you, please leave the stage. Elder Lu announced loudly. The geniuses left the arena one after another. When Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang left the arena, she did not forget to wink at Chu Hen. Big brother Chu Hen, you can do it. Chu Hen raised his handsome eyebrows and revealed a sincere smile on his face. On the other hand, Shen Hong's face flushed and paled. He was practically gnashing his teeth in hatred. He tried to look at young Master Qingqing, Xiaomeng, for help, but the latter only glanced at him coldly. In this kind of open one-on-one battle, apart from relying on yourself, no one could help you. After all, even the 8 peak courtyard masters were watching on the stage. In the blink of an eye, the huge, numinous cloud arena was left with only 2 people. Both of them faced each other, one on the east and the other on the west, with a distance of 200 to 300 meters between them. Chu Hen raised his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, "How have you been, Senior Brother Shen Hong?" Shen Hong clenched his fists, his eyes surging with hatred and anger. "Return my violent, divine hammer." "That's fine, but have you collected all 5,000 Star Keys? Please remember to give them to me." "You!" Shen Hong was shocked and angry, but at the same time he was also very fearful. He bowed slightly and clenched his fists, preparing to attack. It was obvious that Shen Hong was very nervous at this moment. After all, he had already lost to Chu Hen once. On the other hand, Chu Hen was calm and composed, his expression relaxed. "You're not going to give up?" "Humph, you're thinking too much," Shen Hong replied fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lu announced loudly, "The first battle of the top 16 advancement competition begins now." Begin. It was like the sound of a war horn. In an instant, Shen Hong, who had already accumulated his strength and was waiting to take action, suddenly flew into a rage like a ferocious beast. Bang! An explosive sound rang out as the stone tiles beneath him cracked inch by inch. Like a ferocious raging bull, Shen Hong's entire body was enveloped in a flame-like scarlet light. A violent and ferocious aura whistled towards Chu Hen. "Don't be too proud. This time I'm going to get back my debt with interest." Following a furious roar, Shen Hong leaped up like a ferocious and furious bear, leaping above Chu Hen. He clenched his fists and smashed towards Chu Hen with a monstrous, destructive aura. "Go to hell!" Feeling the terrifying aura that erupted from Shen Hong, the audience was secretly shocked. So powerful. This explosive power is not any weaker than the people on the Sky Marshal list. Shen Hong has hoped to recover his losses. The piercingly cold wind surged down. Facing Shen Hong, who was pouncing towards him, Chu Hen did not even have the intention to move his body. Just as Shen Hong's destructive attack was about to land, Chu Hen calmly raised his left arm. Buzz! A wave of vigorous black True Yuan quickly covered Chu Hen's palm and arm. He waved one of his hands in front of him. Chu Hen's movements seemed abnormally slow. It even gave off a very slow feeling. However, it was this seemingly slow movement of his hand that reached Shin Hong in an instant. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out. The powerful true inner force around Shin Hong's body seemed to have encountered a force of 10,000 caddies, immediately collapsing and exploding. Chu Hen's arm lightly brushed past his opponent's protective layer of true inner force and landed on Shin Hong's chest like a feather. Bang! A circle of black air waves spread out in the air. The seemingly soft and powerless attack directly sent Shin Hong flying. All of the berserk aura emitted by his opponent was instantly crushed. Just as Shin Hong's attack was about to land on Chu Hen's body, Chu Hen's eyes immediately widened and his face turned deathly pale. Then he heavily fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not even get up. Wah! A bleak, cold wind blew past. The entire arena was silent. The first battle. It ended in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12:12. Who? The bleak, cold wind blew. An entire place was silent. In a flash. The first battle of the top 16 had quietly ended. Wang Li, Pei Yi, Qi Qianying, Wu Yan, and the other geniuses could not help but narrow their eyes. Even the upper echelon elders of the martial sect on the Star Peak were surprised. Just a moment ago, many people thought that Shin Hong had a chance to get back the face that he had lost. Who would have thought that in just a blink of an eye, the winner had already been decided? The seemingly soft and powerless attack had directly broken Shin Hong's defense, and the powerful force contained in it had reached deep into his organs, looking at Shin Hong, who was lying on the ground with a face full of unwillingness. Everyone could not help but understand how big the gap between the two of them was. The first battle, Beichin Peak Academy's Chu Hen wins. While feeling shocked, Elder Lu also quickly announced the result. As his voice fell, the 4 light screens hovering above Star Peak glowed with a slight rhythm. Bang! With a crisp sound, the 2 words Shin Hong on the light screen quietly shattered, turning into fragments that floated in the sky. On the other hand, Chu Hen's name quickly rose up and appeared on the top of the screen. Subsequently, a wave of cheers rose from Beichin Peak Academy. Well done, junior brother Chu Hen. Congratulations on entering the top 16. Go Beichin Peak Academy. Compared to the other 3 Peak Academies, Beichin Peak Academy seemed to be especially happy, as the existence at the bottom, being able to get a good start in the top 16, really made their eyes light up. Humph! Pei Yi, who was standing on the west spectator stand, sneered indifferently. You can be so excited just by winning against a piece of trash. Yang Ao, who was standing next to him, narrowed his eyes and said with a cold expression, Senior Brother Pei, I just heard that Lu Liao's street tree has been destroyed. Destroyed the street tree? Pei Yi frowned, and the coldness in his eyes was like 10,000 years of frost. Who did it? We can't be sure now. We'll only know when Lu Liao wakes up, but it's very likely that it's him. Yang Ao's sinister gaze swept towards the young figure standing on the fighting ring. Pei Ye's gaze grew even deeper, while a wisp of an arc suffused the corners of his mouth that was piercingly cold like a curved blade. Amidst the cheers of the Beichin Peak Academy, Chu Hen returned to the stage, while Shin Hong was carried away by a medical elder. Big brother Chu Hen is so awesome! Yi Yao clapped her hands and praised him as soon as they arrived at the spectator stand. Long Xuan, Zhao Qingyi, Zhao Qingkai, and the others all looked over with affirmation. Brother Chu Hen, it seems like your cultivation has improved greatly in the past year. Zhao Qingyi said. Chu Hen faintly smiles. I fought with him before, so I'm clear on his weakness. A mere Shin Hong to Chu Hen could not even be considered as an appetizer, especially when his opponent did not have the violent godly hammer. Although it had been more than a year and Shin Hong's strength was stronger than before, Compared to Chu Hen, it was still not enough. Next, the second battle. Elder Lu's announcement instantly drew everyone's attention back to the gorgeous light screen. Buzz, at the center of the huge light screen on the left and right sides, lines of words flashed rapidly like a horse lantern. Flickering light, fast running. Soon, the name on the left side was fixed. Li Su. Voila! The audience burst into an uproar. It's senior brother Li Su. There's going to be a good show. Of course, he's ranked 15th on the Sky Marshal list. Now his opponent is going to be troubled, haha. Li Su. Although he was ranked last on the Sky Marshal list, he was definitely a genius whose strength could not be underestimated. Before his opponent could be chosen, a tall young man with a thick, imposing aura directly leaped up, and he stepped onto the arena like a mountain, a majestic aura spread out in all directions. Even the martial sect elders secretly nodded their heads, expressing their approval. The moment Li Su stepped onto the stage, 2 words appeared on the right side of the light screen. When they saw the 2 words, everyone's eyes widened. The crowd, who was solemnly worried for Li Su's opponent, immediately turned around and felt sorry for Li Su's fate. The 2 words opposite Li Su were actually Wang Li. Wow. Oh my God, it's senior brother Wang Li. I'm going crazy. Haha. To think that Li Su's opponent would be troubled. He's the one who's troubled now. Everyone's gaze swept towards Wang Li, who was on the Northern Star Peak spectator stand. The latter shrugged and revealed a cynical and lazy smile. Buzz. Immediately after, the space around her sank into a strange state of distortion, like a reflection on the surface of water that had been disturbed. Wang Li disappeared from where she was like a phantom. In the next instant, the distortion on the fighting ring also started to twist and turn, and obscure energy ripples spread out. Wang Li instantly changed her position and appeared on the fighting ring. Such a dazzling way of making an appearance immediately caused a cheer below the stage. There were even many young female disciples who went crazy for him. Senior brother Wang Li will definitely win. Senior brother Wang Li, you can do it. It was completely one-sided cheering. In front of Wang Li's super popularity, Li Su seemed to have fallen to the bottom of the valley. One was ranked 2nd on the Sky Marshal list, while the other was ranked 15th. The gap between them was self-evident. However, Li Su did not have the intention to admit defeat. He glared at Wang Li, emitting a terrifying cold light. Humph, even if I'm the champion of the previous sect battle, I won't admit defeat so easily. Not bad. Wang Li nodded. I like people with fighting spirit like you. Come on. Don't be too careless. Be careful, or you'll lose miserably. Li Su put on a bold attacking stance. The true inner force in his body was rapidly brewing, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Let the battle begin. Buzz. Following Elder Lu's announcement, a monstrous aura like that of a ferocious beast gushed out from Li Su's body. An incomparably cold and ferocious gale rushed out of the fighting ring like a hot wave. Everyone could only feel a tidal wave of noble spirit pressing down on them. What a strong aura. No wonder he has the guts to accept Wang Li's challenge. Looks like he came prepared. Just when everyone thought Li Su was going to show an impressive performance, a slight, sharp vibration suddenly echoed in the air. Zung! It was clear and heavy. In the next instant, Li Su's body suddenly trembled. The majestic aura that he released suddenly fell into a state of stagnation. What was going on? Everyone was shocked and confused as they looked at each other. Wang Li was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. Elder Lu frowned and announced again, "Let the battle begin!" Li Su clenched his teeth and raised both his arms, trying to launch an attack. However, his opponent's body seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. It was extremely difficult for him to even move a single step. The corner of Wang Li's mouth curled up, and she smiled faintly. "After all, it has already begun." "What?" Buzz. In an instant, a formless aura of sharpness spread out from the stage. Everyone's pupils constricted tightly. They saw that Li Su's body had been pierced diagonally by 3 huge iron nails. The 3 iron nails appeared to be illusory and not real. They pierced through Li Su's body and pinned him firmly to the fighting ring. Although there was no blood, the 3 iron nails seemed to be pressing down on his opponent's soul, making him unable to move. Shock! Horror! Li Su lowered his head and looked at the long nails that pierced through his body in disbelief. They were like wooden stakes, dark and cold, emitting a desolate and dusty aura. His confidence and fighting spirit were completely destroyed in an instant. He looked at Wang Li, who did not move at all, with respect in his eyes. Thousand illusion, holy body, bang. Chapter 12:13. Thousand illusion, saint physique. Li Su stared at Wang Li, who did not move an inch, with a face full of shock. He then fell to the ground, his muscular body trembling. Unable to move at all, the second battle! Once again it ended. Even though it was silent, even though not many people were able to see how he attacked, the breathtaking and extraordinary scene in that instant caused the audience below the stage to forget about Chu Hen's performance in the first battle. Hua! Following that, the entire audience erupted into thunderous cheers and shouts. Amazing! As expected of Wang Li, the 1,000 illusion, Saint Physique is truly unpredictable. Senior brother Wang Li is the champion. Apart from the South Spirit Peak Academy disciples, even the disciples from the other Peak Academies applauded. Even Chu Hen inwardly nodded his head and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Such a powerful illusion technique. Yeah, I didn't even see how he attacked. Yi Yao agreed softly. He's indeed very powerful. I've already encountered him in the top 32 ranking competition. Zhao Qingyi shook her head and said solemnly, "At that time I couldn't even see where he was. It was as if I'd fallen into a dense fog. Encountering this kind of elusive opponent is truly a headache." Chu Hen narrowed his eyes, and a profound look appeared on his face. As the second on the Heaven Marshal ranking, originally, he wanted to understand his opponent's fighting style. He did not expect the battle to end so quickly. I hereby announce that the winner is South Spirit Peak Academy, Wang Li. Elder Lu's announcement caused the audience to be in an uproar. The 2 words Li Su on the light screen above Star Pillar Peak shattered, while Wang Li's name rose to a point below Chu Hen. At the same time, Li Su seemed to have broken free from his restraints as he slowly climbed up from the ground. He glanced at Wang Li and left the stage resentfully in the end. The 1,000 illusion Saint Physique is both real and fake. It's unpredictable, as expected of the top high-grade Saint Physique. On the viewing platform of Xingqing Peak, Mysterious East Peak Master Ao Yinzhuang said approvingly, "This Wang Li is very likely to be the top of the sect." As soon as he said that, Ning Qiushui, the master of South Spirit Peak, smiled. Then she opened her mouth and said, "It's still too early to say this. The head disciple of the West Sky Peak Academy, Pei Yi, is also a rare genius. Moreover, his style of doing things is swift and decisive, more ruthless than Wang Li. If the 2 of them meet, it's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker." Haha. The West Dome Peak Master Situ, Song, lightly smiled. Peak Masterning is too modest. Who doesn't know that Wang Li is ranked 2nd on the Heaven Marshal list? Other than Qiu Xingyi, who else can beat him? Situ Song led the battle directly to Dongxian Peak. Ao Yunzhuang smiled and did not continue the topic. The second battle had ended. This meant that the third battle was about to begin. Buzz! The names on the left and right sides of the screen spun rapidly. The air trembled slightly, and the first name on the left was the first to be fixed. Han Fei. Wow, it's senior brother Han Fei. Not bad. Although he's not a top genius on the Heaven Marshal list, he's still a very strong person. It's only a matter of time before he enters the Heaven Marshal ranking. Just last month, senior brother Han Fei fought against senior brother Luo Bin, who is ranked 14th on the Heaven Marshal ranking. The two of them fought to a draw, and it was almost 50-50. That's right. I was there at that time. To be honest, with senior brother Han Fei's ability, he could have challenged the Heaven Marshal list long ago. While everyone was discussing, the second name also stopped appearing on the light screen. Zhao Qingkai. It's me? Zhao Qingkai, who was standing with Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang, was a little surprised. The surrounding people also cast their gazes over one after another. It's a new disciple. Don't underestimate that new disciple. It's said that he's the beloved daughter of the Hidden Sky City's city lord. The sacred physique passed down in his family has a very strong boundary. Then this battle shouldn't be too ugly. Looking at the slightly nervous Zhao Qingkai, his brother Zhao Qingyi said in a low voice, "If you think it's too difficult, you can just give up." After all, Han Fei had the strength to challenge the Heaven Marshal list. For the new disciple, Zhao Qingkai, there was more or less some pressure. However, Zhao Qingkai refused resolutely. "No way, I won't give up so easily." "Do your best, Sister Qingkai." Yi Yao also cheered. Although there had been disagreements between them in the Hidden Sky City in the past. However, it had all been resolved after they reconciled with Chu Hen. "Do your best," Chu Hen also said. Yes, Zhao Qingkai nodded seriously, and then he leaped up like a gliding swallow as his figure flashed up onto the high sky arena in an extremely graceful manner. At the same time, a slightly thin young man also followed him onto the platform. The two of them stood facing each other, one in the south and one in the north. Han Fei looked at Zhao Qingkai in front of him mockingly. "Hee, you really dared to come up?" Zhao Qingkai frowned and replied coldly, "Show me what you've got. This lady isn't afraid of you." "Very well. I'd like to see how a mere newcomer dares to be so arrogant." With that, Han Fei's figure moved, and he charged forward like a ferocious tiger. Zhao Qingkai flipped her wrist, and a light, long sword glowing with holy light appeared in her hand. The sword was like a shadow, and its edge flickered. Zhao Qingkai unsheathed her sword and stabbed at her opponent's throat like a bolt of lightning. In the face of his opponent's extremely imposing sword, Han Fei had no intention of dodging. Then he struck out with his palm, and a thick, dark gray light spun rapidly in his palm. Bang! The sword and palm collided, and a chaotic wave of true yuan rippled out. But then, Zhao Qingkai felt the sharp sword in her hand being firmly sucked into her opponent's palm. As if it was stuck in a quagmire, unable to escape, the eyes of the crowd below the stage darkened slightly. The dark, gray vortex in Han Fei's palm was like a strange, small wind cave, releasing an astonishing suction force. The long sword in Zhao Qingkai's hand was locked in place, unable to move at all. Even worse, the dark gray light that originated from Han Fei's palm climbed up the blade like a deadly poison. Zhao Qingkai could clearly feel the power he had gathered on the long sword being rapidly corroded. "Ha! Arrogant and conceited." Han Fei smiled coldly. Whoosh! A thick, gray vortex spread out, and the vortex wrapped around Zhao Qingkai. The sword in the latter's hand was immediately dyed a dark color. Zhao Qingkai's expression changed slightly, and she immediately threw away the long sword in her hand and flew back. It had only been one exchange, but Han Fei had already snatched away his weapon. Zhao Qingyi, Chu Hen, and the others below the stage couldn't help but reveal grave expressions. "Is that all you've got?" Han Fei held Zhao Qingkai's sword, a frivolous expression on her face. "Humph, you're celebrating too early. Tree soul would world." Zhao Qingkai clasped his palms together, and a powerful bloodline boundary power was released from his body. Boom! As his voice fell, the stone tiles on the stage suddenly exploded, and trees overflowing with vitality rapidly burrowed out from the surface of the stage. The sturdy trees were like horned dragons that extended endlessly, coiling their huge roots as they rose into the air. The lush branches that constantly branched out formed a giant web that rapidly spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a towering tree that was hundreds of feet tall and more than 20 to 30 meters wide suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. On the other hand, the luxuriant branches were like a barrier of thorns, and they practically enveloped more than half of the fighting ring. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw such a spectacular scene. The sect elders and the 8-peak court masters on the Xingqing Peak viewing platform all nodded with interest. Humph, playing hide-and-seek with me? A cold smile appeared on Han Fei's face as he looked at the huge tree towering in front of him. Then he leaped and charged straight at the towering tree in front of him. In the next instant, a series of sturdy vines swept over, each vine 3 to 4 meters in diameter and covered with thorns and spikes. Hey! Han Fei raised his palms outwards, and a dark gray cyclone surrounded him like a gale. A powerful tearing force swept out, and all the giant vines that swept toward him were torn apart. Immediately after, several huge branches came from both sides. As they moved, incomparably sharp thorns quickly shot out from the branches. They were like splints covered in thorns, launching a joint attack at Han Fei. The latter's eyes darkened slightly and immediately landed on the stage below. A few huge branches collided with each other like the sharp claws of a monster. But in the next second, Han Fei rapidly rose from the ground. Boom! Almost at the same time he rose from the ground, huge wooden stakes pierced through the ground, exuding a chilling and dangerous aura. A series of fierce attacks came one after another, and Han Fei constantly dodged the attacks of the giant tree. On the other hand, Zhao Qingkai had already vanished from everyone's line of sight. This tree soul holy physique is much more magical than I imagined. Seeing the changes in the situation on the soaring cloud fighting platform, many people's hearts lit up. It is indeed not to be underestimated. I thought that senior brother Han Fei would be able to win very quickly, but I didn't expect the other party to last so long. But it won't be long. Senior brother Han Fei is about to get serious. Boom! Bang! The 100-meter-tall tree was like a gigantic tree demon, continuously launching fierce attacks at Han Fei. While Han Fei dealt with the attacks, he was also searching for Zhao Qingcai's hiding place. But Zhao Qingcai seemed to have completely evaporated, and Han Fei couldn't even feel a trace of his aura. Humph! Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding? You're really too naive. Hua! Just as he finished speaking, a majestic force suddenly surged out from Han Fei's body. A rich, dark gray light spread out like a demonic barrier. Wong. The space trembled violently, and the chilly wind howled like a ghost. The wooden stakes, vines, and branches that attacked from all directions instantly withered and dried up the moment they came into contact with the dark gray light around Han Fei's body. It was as if their life force had been completely sucked out. The branches and vines that quickly turned yellow were like rotten wood. With a light touch, they exploded into sawdust that filled the sky. The people below the stage were extremely shocked. All of them exclaimed how terrifying it was. Power of desolation? Zhao Qingyi frowned and said in a deep voice, Power of desolation. It was an extremely rare energy attribute. It could instantly turn everything in the world into barren land. Wherever the power of desolation went, plants would turn to dust, rivers would turn to soil, forests would turn to sand, mountains would turn to desert. This overbearing energy could be said to be the absolute nemesis of the tree soul, holy physique. However, Chu Hen shook his head. It's not the power of desolation. Oh, the people beside him were stunned as they looked at him in surprise. Have you ever come into contact with the power of desolation? How do you know it's not? Wu Mian expressed his doubts. The power of desolation is far more overbearing than that. That kind of energy can even turn the air dark and dirty. Although Han Fei's energy is quite overbearing, it will only corrode upon contact. It should be a type of energy attribute that has a strong corrosive property. It's similar to venom. Chu Hen's tone was extremely certain. Wu Mian was in disbelief. Is that true? Why are you so determined? Long Xuanshuang and Yi Yao were also surprised. It seemed that from what they knew, Chu Hen had never come into contact with a power attribute like the power of desolation. But what they did not know was that back in the immortal demon tomb, among the 24 blood demon guards under the demon race's Sinluo king, there was a ferocious being named Desolate Demon. Wang. Like the howling of a cold wind, the dark gray light spread out like a plague, spreading along the branches and vines of the gigantic tree like a bone-burning flame. The gray, fog-like light quickly enveloped the gigantic towering tree. It was as if it had been injected with the world's most terrifying venom. The originally exuberant life force was being drained at an extremely fast pace. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the exuberant tree withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, the sturdy branches withered one after another, and the emerald green leaves turned yellow and dry. Even the slightest impact would be able to easily break it. Wang. At this moment, a blob of light appeared in the middle of the gigantic tree's first stage trunk. As ripples of quintessential essence spread out, the familiar figure that had disappeared flashed out from the trunk. He found you, Han Fei laughed coldly. Without a word, he charged towards Zhao Qingkai with a thick aura. His palms stacked together as a shocking power surged through his arms. Goodbye. A strong gust of wind howled. Zhao Qingkai's pupils contracted to the size of needle tips. But there was no fear on her face. Suddenly, in the nick of time, just when everyone thought that the battle was about to end, the thick branch behind Han Fei, which was more than 10 meters wide, actually released a powerful aura of life. Once again, the inside of the withered branch exploded with an exuberant green color. In an instant, a humanoid silhouette of a tree person burrowed out of the branch, like a spirit that had been reborn. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the street tree person flew out like lightning and intercepted Han Fei in midair. Grabbing onto the latter's limbs tightly from behind, what was going on? The crowd was even more surprised. Han Fei was similarly shocked. The entire tree was clearly dead. How could it still move? Looks like I'm the one who should be saying goodbye. Without giving Han Fei any chance to break free, Zhao Qingkai put her palms together and a rapidly brewing green light gathered in her palms. Wang! Chapter 1214. Looks like I'm the one who should be saying goodbye. Tick, along with the voice, a dazzling emerald green light beam that was as bright as a divine light pierced through the sky and bombarded the front of Han Fei. An incomparably violent shockwave surged in all directions above the soaring sky battle platform. The shocking pillar of light and the wooden treant that was holding on to Han Fei all collided violently together, the ending quietly reversed. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, the sky was filled with sawdust. A figure covered in blood fell from the sky and landed solidly on the ground. Han Fei fell sideways to the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared in disbelief at the gentle figure standing on the towering tree. He was 100% sure that the tree had been completely corroded inside and out. It could be said that there was no life in it at all. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that, at the last moment, the dead tree would be reborn. I'm afraid you don't know, but the strongest ability of the tree soul sacred body is its regenerative ability. Even if the entire tree dies, as long as I'm still alive, it can always be reborn. Zhao Qingkai stood on a branch of a tree, his eyes filled with arrogance. Buzz! At the same time, a gentle green light was released from her body, and the towering tree behind her seemed to be soaked in the spring of life. The withered branches quickly became moist, and the withered yellow leaves once again swayed with exuberant life force. The eyes of the crowd lit up, as if they could feel the natural vitality surging towards them. Sister Qingkai is really amazing. Yi Yao smiled in surprise. Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, Wu Mian, and the rest all heaved a sigh of relief. I never thought that the tree soul sacred body would have such a powerful regenerative ability. As long as the caster is not affected, the tree can live indefinitely, Chu Hen muttered to himself. It's not just the caster. Zhao, Qingyi continued. The power of the tree soul sacred body is interlinked. Oh! The few of them were stunned. Even if Qingkai is controlled within a certain range, she can directly borrow my power to revive the tree, Zhao Qingyi said confidently. Hearing this, Chu Hen couldn't help but be even more surprised. In that case, Han Fei's loss was not undeserved at all. Even if the opponent had remained cautious, he probably would not have thought that Zhao Qingyi would be able to provide support from the shadows. He believed that this method of borrowing power was not against the rules. Buzz, the towering tree on the soaring cloud arena, shone with a gentle light. The body of the tree rapidly shrunk, turning into a ball of light that disappeared from the arena. Zhao Qingkai gracefully landed on the ground and happily waved his hands toward Zhao Qingyi, Chu Hen, and the others below the stage. As the crowd applauded, the disciples of Dongxian Peak congratulated him as well. Congratulations, junior sister Zhao, for advancing to the top 16. Keep it up. The winner would enjoy the glory, while the loser would have to leave. After Chu Hen and Wang Li, Zhao Qingsai's name hung high up on the large light screen above Xingqing Peak. The battle between the sects was in full swing. As time passed, one exciting and intense battle after another was presented in front of everyone. On the soaring cloud arena, dragons and pythons converged. As the grandest ceremony of the martial sect, every participant on the stage put on the most solemn attitude. All sorts of spectacular martial arts skills clashed brilliantly on the arena, and many unpredictable bloodline boundaries clashed fiercely. The sky changed color and the wind howled. One name after another was hung high up on the Xingqing Peak. The 9th battle has ended. The winner is Dongxian Peak's Qi Qianying. In the blink of an eye, the 9th battle of the top 16 came to an end. There was no suspense at all. Qi Qianying, who was ranked 4th on the Heaven Martial Leaderboard, won in the most relaxed manner possible. Cheers erupted from the audience. It was not just Dongxian Peak. Even the other peak schools had no lack of supporters. She's so popular. Zhao Qingkai pursed his lips in slight envy. Of course, I heard that more than half of the men in the martial sect see senior sister, Qianying, as their dream goddess. Yi Yao giggled while covering her mouth. That should be the case. Even a gentleman like my brother often peeks at her, Zhao Qingkai said. Zhao Qingyi blushed and quickly said, Of course not. Don't set me up here. The others could not help but burst into laughter. Even Chu Hen could not help but chuckle. However, compared to Qi Qianying's charm, Chu Hen's attention was more on his opponent's battle style in the battle just now. She had displayed a particularly shocking blink technique. Before her opponent could react, Qi Qianying had already appeared behind him from hundreds of meters away. Although he did not know how she did it, it was very hard to defend against. Next, the 10th battle. Elder Lu's announcement drew the crowd's attention to the sky above Xingqing Peak. A series of names quickly ran across the center of the screen. The crowd discussed in low voices. It's the 10th battle. After this battle, there will only be 6 left. Now that senior brother Wang Li and senior sister Qianying have already gone on stage, only senior brother Pei Yi has yet to go on stage. And senior brother Wu Yan has yet to go on stage. He should be here soon. Wang. A slight tremor in the air, and the first name on the left stopped. Kai Feng. Hua. The atmosphere below the stage was quite noisy. Kai Feng, a top disciple ranked 8th on the Heaven Martial list. Everyone knew that Kai Feng's strength was fierce and overbearing. His fist could make a mountain collapse, and his kick could split water. Not only that, his defense was also top-notch. People gave him the nickname indestructible golden bell. Who was senior brother Kai Feng's opponent? Under the anxious attention of the crowd, the second name stopped flashing. The light was bright and clear. Yi Yao. The 10th battle, West Sky Peak Court's Kai Feng versus North Sky Peak Court's Yi Yao. A wave of uproar reverberated through the air. He'd settled. It's a newcomer. Is there even a need to fight? Yi Yao was also slightly surprised. It's me. Chu Hen nodded his head and lightly patted his shoulder. Winning is secondary. Safety is the most important. Don't hurt yourself. Got it. Yi Yao blinked her bright eyes and then stepped on the air like a goose returning from its nest. Her figure was light and nimble. She's not nervous at all, Zhao Qingyi said. Chu Hen slightly nodded his head. Between his brows, there was some anticipation. Since entering the martial ancestor realm, it had been nearly 2 years, and the North Sky Peak Master had personally taught him martial arts. One in the south and one in the north. The two figures stood far away. Compared to Yi Yao's delicate and agile figure, the tall and sturdy Kai Feng was like a fierce tiger. He wore a pair of heavy metal gloves on his hands. The gloves were engraved with exquisite and complicated beast patterns. One side was a tiger, the other a lion. Both opened their bloody mouths, emitting a ferocious and domineering aura. Such a difference in strength caused a wave of boos below the stage. She's so soft and weak, I'm really worried that Senior Kai Feng will kill her with one punch. I think so too. I say, Senior Kai Feng, you have to show some mercy. We can't bully a woman. Yi Yao acted as if she didn't hear the mockery from the crowd. She faced Kai Feng in front of her, raised her hand slightly, and got into a fighting stance. Please advise me. Ha! Kai Feng laughed coldly. You really have the guts to fight with me. Since that's the case, I'll finish you off in 3 moves. Buzz! As his voice fell, Kai Feng leaped tens of meters high, and then like a ferocious tiger swooped down. A dazzling golden light erupted from his right arm. The arm with the metal gloves was instantly enveloped in a huge fist shadow. A terrifying aura comparable to a falling meteorite came crashing down on Yi Yao. In an instant, Yi Yao was like a weak butterfly in a storm. The power of the fist that could destroy mountains and rivers crushed down. Goodbye. A frivolous smile appeared on Kai Feng's face, and just as the opponent's terrifying fist energy was about to land on Yi Yao's body, buzz! There was a tremor in the air, and a 2-meter-wide Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram suddenly appeared in the air between the two. Yi Yao stretched out one hand, but it landed on the side of the opponent's right arm. The Tai Chi diagram rotated. It was like moving 1,000 kilograms with 4 tails of silver. Kai Feng's attack trajectory instantly changed. Chapter 12:15. Boom! A heavy and ferocious bang directly exploded on the stage. The explosive fist that was originally heading straight for Yi Yao had actually deviated at the last moment. It brushed past Yi Yao's body and smashed into the ground at an angle. Rubble flew everywhere, and the stage exploded. Yi Yao flew away and retreated dozens of meters away. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the fighting ring, and countless winding and rugged cracks spread out like a giant spider web, extending more than 100 meters. Sand and stones flew, and frost and dust filled the sky. Everyone below the stage was astonished. Most people couldn't see clearly what happened just now. Didn't it? What happened? It seems to have been pushed away. Bewildered. Unexpected. Even Kai Feng himself was a little surprised. His eyes narrowed, and a trace of coldness appeared on his face. Not bad, Yi Yao smiled smartly, slightly raised her eyebrows, and said, I'm afraid you can't beat me in 3 moves. Humph, don't judge too early. Buzz! Suddenly, the metal gloves on Kai Feng's arms shone brightly, and the beast pattern engraved on it seemed to come to life, vivid and lifelike. Roar! It sounded like a tiger's roar, like a lion's roar. The violent momentum was like a mountain. Kai Feng's arms slapped down with the power of a combined attack. Boom! A savage force comparable to a torrent surged down. The ground between the two collapsed inch by inch, layer by layer. A huge gully that rapidly expanded to both sides opened up, and it went all the way to Yi Yao in front of him. The fierce wind raged, and the biting cold air flowed. The earth-shattering fist force quickly transformed into an illusory tiger. Roar! The fierce tiger roared, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced on Yi Yao with monstrous ferocity. Yi Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. Her left hand held the power of White Yang, and her right hand pinched the power of Black Yin. The power of Yin and Yang quickly blended in the palm, and two rapidly rotating black and white cyclones stirred the airflow in all directions. Swish! With the whistling of the airwaves, a huge taiji light curtain spun in front of Yi Yao. Bang! The ferocious power of the tiger fist that could shake the heavens solidly collided with the taiji barrier. The violent power was comparable to a meteor strike. All sorts of chaotic air currents swept out from the stage. The power of Yin and Yang mixed together with the golden fist light was like a thunderstorm, and a thick layer of the heavy stone tiles on the battle stage was immediately lifted. Roar! Kai Feng let out a deep roar like a ferocious beast. His aura was like thunder, and his strength was more than 10,000 kilograms. He instantly rushed to the front of Yi Yao and threw out a punch. Layers of condensed fist shadows exploded in the air. Every punch seemed to be solid. It caused the surrounding space to tremble. On the other hand, Yi Yao dodged to the side unhurriedly, avoiding the sharp edge and not confronting it head-on. The black and white cyclones surrounded Yi Yao, and the Yin and Yang Qi gathered in the palm. Every time the explosive power collided, a layer of illusory taiji diagram would appear between the two. It was like a vertical ripple in the water. One circle after another, it quickly bloomed. Bang! Bang! Waves of strong power trembled on the stage, and chaotic shock waves exploded wantonly, causing the space to shake continuously. No one would doubt Kai Feng's power. Every strike contained the power of thunder that could destroy a mountain. However, what was surprising was that such explosive power was blocked by Yi Yao every time. The opponent's power made people feel as if they had smashed into cotton. No matter how domineering and fierce it was difficult to break through Yi Yao's defense. Even the external force that was released was reduced to an extreme. What a good using softness to overcome hardness. This newcomer is really not simple at all. A series of stunning performances had already caused the people below the stage to reevaluate Yi Yao. It's said that her bloodline limit is the Tai Chi holy body, which is one of the few physiques that can control the Yin and Yang Qi. No wonder she can use the power of softness and hardness so easily. Looking at Yi Yao, who was agile on the stage and did not seem to be at a disadvantage against the top genius who was ranked 8th on the heavenly martial leaderboard, many martial ancestor realm disciples looked at her in amazement. Interesting. Wang Li raised his eyebrows and nodded as he muttered to himself. Pei Yi crossed his arms in front of him, and his eyes were like swords as he looked coldly at the intense battle on the stage. Even the number 1 person in the Beichin Peak Academy, Wu Yan, had a look of approval on his face. No wonder Master likes junior sister Yi Yao so much. She is indeed talented. On the Star Peak, the Beichin Peak Master, Yuan Shang, raised his eyebrows, and his bright eyes faintly surged with some emotion. The West Sky Peak Master, Situ Song, who was standing by the side, smiled playfully. I heard this girl is your new direct disciple. The moment these words left his mouth, the East Profound Peak Master and the South Spirit Peak Master looked at him in surprise. So what if she is? Yuan Shang replied indifferently. Huh. Situ Song was still smiling. That's good. It won't be long before she and Wu Yan will be able to hold up the banner of the Beichin Peak Academy. Yuan Shang frowned slightly. Humph. Do you mean that apart from these 2 people, the rest of the people in my Beichin Peak Academy are trash? I didn't say that. but that's what you meant. Whatever you think. However, I'm afraid Yao won't be able to defeat Kai Feng with this kind of fighting style. Did you say that? A sneer appeared on Yuan Shang's face. Lion or a fist? Roar. Along with the furious roar that resounded in the arena, an imposing lion's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Under the gazes of everyone present, an enormous saint lion's ferocious figure collided with a majestic Tai Chi diagram. The heavens and the earth trembled as waves of air soared into the sky. A dazzling fist aura mixed with an explosive black and white cyclone swept out like a wave towards the audience. A piercingly cold gale gushed down the arena, breaking through the Tai Chi diagram and rushing towards Yao, who was behind. She finally can't hold on any longer. Has she reached her limit? She's already very good to be able to negate so many critical strikes. While everyone was praising Yao, they were certain that she would inevitably lose. It's too difficult for her to face the person ranked 8th on the Heaven Marshal ranking, Zhao Qingyi said as she shook her head. On the other hand, Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang's expressions did not change much. Both of them did not seem to be worried about Yi Yao at all, as they only stared at the battle before them. Hua! Ferocious gales howled in all directions as Yi Yao dashed backward like a bird soaring through the air. Ha! She can't hold on anymore. Kai Feng's face revealed a complacent smile, but at this moment, Yao actually closed her eyes lightly, and then her eyelids suddenly lifted, wing. A formless and majestic bloodline aura erupted. In an instant, yin and yang energies revolved in her eyes, and those bright and spirited eyes turned into an evil Tai Chi diagram. What? The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but shudder. There was still an unforeseen event. Wong Wong. Following a strong spatial fluctuation, a vast and surging yin and yang whirlwind rapidly revolved around Kai Feng. At the same time, a large Tai Chi yin-yang diagram quietly appeared beneath Kai Feng. The heavens and earth quietly lost their color, and all things became dim. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram once again rose to become a mysterious 8 trigrams diagram, yin and yang energies, the power of heaven and earth. It was as if they had completely fused into the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were in a dream, as if the stars had moved and the sun and moon had changed. The entire battle stage sank into darkness. Kai Feng, who was in the middle of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, instantly felt a fierce pressure coming from all directions, from all different angles. Hua! Yi Yao immediately disappeared from where she stood. In the next instant, terrifying black and white palm pillars with piercingly cold auras appeared around Kai Feng. Chapter 1216. 8 Gates Sky, Shattering Palm. Buzz, yin and yang intertwined, and the 8 diagrams rotated. The stars moved, and the world turned dark. In an instant, everyone's vision suddenly suffered an extremely fierce impact. Kai Feng, who was in the middle of the Tai Chi 8 diagrams array, was directly faced with an extremely terrible pressure from all directions, and one after another, powerful black and white palm pillars attacked recklessly. Bang! Boom! The earth exploded, and the stone bricks were crushed. One after another, the astonishing palm energy was like a black and white light pillar piercing the sky, crisscrossing like a light pillar between heaven and earth. Every palm contained the power to split the sky and split the earth, and the power of the undercurrent in the deep sea. Hard and soft at the same time, there was endless power mixed in the fierceness. Kai Feng suddenly seemed to be shrouded in the center of a storm. Looking at the rapidly exploding platform and the distorted and trembling space in all directions, his face darkened. He crossed his thick arms in the golden boxing gloves in front of him, and then lifted them outwards, and a strong, true inner force poured out, immortal golden bell. Buzz, together with Kai Feng's stern shout, a majestic aura that was as motionless as a mountain soared into the sky. The gorgeous golden light intertwined outside his body and immediately turned into a large golden bell tens of meters high. The golden bell was illusory, but it was particularly thick. The bell wall was covered with exquisite patterns, flowing with colors and glowing with a dazzling divine light. Kai Feng was inside, and the golden bell around him slowly rotated, blocking all the powerful palm energy that was coming at him. Clang! Bang! The continuous, powerful palm energy was like a meteor beam of light that struck the golden bell. It was as swift as a storm and as fast as lightning. Waves of palm energy that were both hard and soft poured out from different angles. The air was stirred up with a dull bell sound, and the wall of the bell was also constantly rippling with ripples of light ripples, looking at the unending stream of powerful palm energy. The people below the stage were all shocked. The sky was full of palm shadows like falling petals. Countless afterimages flashed like ghosts. The eyes of the crowd could not keep up with the attack rhythm of Yi Yao, and they could not even see her position. Every attack seemed to have hundreds of thousands of palms falling. Kai Feng's path of advance and retreat was completely blocked. It was hard to imagine that if the other party didn't have the protection of the golden bell, he would probably be torn apart by the violent palm energy that was like a violent storm in an instant. Amazing, amazing, I can't even see where he is. Zhao Qingkai stared in shock at the situation on the stage. Zhao Qingyi inwardly nodded her head. However, she faintly frowned and said in a low voice, "However, if junior sister Yi Yao's attacks are unable to break through Kai Feng's defense, I'm afraid." Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was some praise in his eyes. It had to be said that Yi Yao's strength had improved by leaps and bounds after being personally taught by peak leader Yuan Shang for the past 2 years. Whether it was the moves or the way he fought, they were far beyond what he could compare with in the past. The power of the bloodline limit of the supreme ultimate holy body was fully used in the battle. Bang! Bang! In the short span of 10 or so seconds, Yi Yao had continuously struck out with over 9,900 palm strikes. Countless complicated black and white palm beams continuously flowed within the supreme ultimate 8 trigrams diagram. The magnificent scene could be said to be dazzling and overwhelming. The yin-yang vortex that covered the sky and earth swept out in all directions. On the surface of the giant golden bell, there were deep palm prints that were impressively dented. The dazzling giant bell was covered in scars and holes. But even so, not a single one of the over 9,900 palm strikes had pierced through the golden bell around Kai Feng's body. The crowd couldn't help but sigh lightly. In the end, it's still a little lacking. The defense of Kai Feng's indestructible golden bell is too strong. Looks like that's the case. At the same time, within the golden bell, Kai Feng also threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha! With just this bit of ability, you can't hurt me!" Along with the wild laughter, the rich golden light patterns seemed to flow out like flowing shadows. The sunken palm prints that covered the surface of the bell quickly bounced back, and in the blink of an eye, returned to their original state. But just as his voice fell, a strange wave of power actually spread out from 6 different angles around Kai Feng. Everyone's heart was shocked. They saw the 2 energies of yin and yang in the air quickly transform into a light and refined beautiful figure in the 6 directions. 6 Yi Yao with the same aura stepped on the edge of the supreme ultimate array, facing Kai Feng in the center of the array. They raised their palms at the same time. Buzz! Waves of astonishing energy spread in the air. Yi Yao's palms faced each other. Thousands of strands of blue light patterns quickly overflowed from her fingertips and quickly gathered in her palms. The extremely pure and vigorous energy was quickly compressed together. A dazzling light bloomed. This is... The sudden scene immediately caused everyone's heartstrings to tremble. Wu Yan, the number 1 of Beichin Peak Academy, widened his eyes and couldn't help but clench his fists. Even the Peak Academy masters on the Star Peak spectators stand revealed a shocked expression. In the blink of an eye, 6 Yi Yao's palms each had a rhombus energy crystal that was about 30 centimeters wide. Flowing lights overflowed, and blue shadows lingered. The rhombus crystals were very bright and beautiful, flickering with a gorgeous light. They were like 6 bright stars distributed in the supreme ultimate 8 trigrams array, causing the entire sky platform to be overshadowed. Magnificent star jade, it's magnificent star jade, this is Beichen art. A cry of surprise rose in the crowd outside the arena. In the next moment, 6 Yi Yaos raised their hands at the same time, and 6 magnificent star jades that were as bright as stars shot out from their palms at the same time. 6-star chest seal! Whoosh! Hiss! Forceful and rapid waves of air dragged through the air, and the 6 magnificent star jades were like shooting stars that shuttled through the night sky, giving rise to irresistible destructive force as they tore through the air and whistled towards Kai Feng, who was at the center. The piercingly cold light caused 6 deep ravines to be formed on the stage below, along with the 6 ravines that quickly gathered at the center. The 6 light beams crashed into the impregnable golden bell at the same time. Bang! A muffled sound rose at the same time, and a piercingly cold wind blew. Under countless shocked gazes, Kai Feng's indestructible golden bell, which could be said to be an iron wall, was directly penetrated by the 6 magnificent star jades. It was like a merciless divine light slicing through a fragile piece of paper. It was indestructible. The 6 magnificent star jade crowns that pierced through the golden bell flew toward Kai Feng in the center at the speed of light without slowing down. The latter's expression changed drastically, and endless fear instantly filled his entire face. Chapter 12:17. 6 starry chest seals, 6 different directions, 6 magnificent star jades. Space trembled, and the divine light radiated from the star chest formation. Within the Tai Chi 8 trigrams yin-yang formation, Kai Feng had no way to escape. 6 deep ravines swiftly split open on the arena, and the indestructible golden bell was instantly penetrated by the star-like beams of light. Instantly, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. At the same time, Kai Feng's ghastly pale face turned pale with fright. Swish! 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 The sound of the rapid airwaves being cut apart was clear and heavy, and Kai Feng's pupils constricted to the extreme. In the next moment, the 6 magnificent star jades converged at one spot. Rumble! A violent and heavy explosion shook the arena. An extremely violent energy soared into the sky, and boundless dazzling starlight swept out in all directions. The extremely surging and mighty shockwave was comparable to the collision of 6 meteorites, and all sorts of destructive energy shook and exploded in the surroundings. Layer after layer of the heavy stone platform was crushed into powder, and countless crisscrossing cracks stretched out towards the surroundings. An extremely powerful airwave that was mixed with the violent energy of yin and yang pounced towards everyone in the surroundings. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but have their gazes tremble, and they clenched their fists tightly. Whoosh! The airflow that covered the sky and earth and the Tai Chi 8 trigrams that covered the ground slowly dispersed. The 6 Yi Yaos that stood at the edge of the yin-yang formation overlapped and returned to one of them. The frost and dust dispersed, and the wide arena appeared before everyone's eyes once again. Amidst the rubble, Kai Feng knelt on the ground while covered in blood, and his body trembled while covered in injuries. Although Kai Feng's aura was extremely weak, to everyone's surprise, the piercing injuries caused by the magnificent star jades had all avoided his vital points. Everyone in the surroundings shook their heads and sighed lightly, and they were surprised by this. She's really kind. None of them were fatal. If one of the magnificent star jades had hit his vital points, then Kai Feng would definitely be finished. Yes, this little junior sister is really kind. At the same time that everyone praised Ji Yao's character, they were even more shocked by her formidable natural talent and strength. No one had expected that he would be able to take everyone by surprise again after he cast the 8 heaven collapsing palms. No one would have guessed that she had actually learned the North Star technique, a martial arts grandmaster's ultimate skill, and could even condense 6 magnificent star jades. Hiss! Looking at the huge damage caused on the Lingshao platform, many people gasped in shock. Even Wang Li, Pei Yi, Qi Qianying, and the other geniuses had a solemn expression on their faces. As expected of the North Star mantra, there aren't many who can withstand this power. The key is that she has only entered the sect for less than 2 years, yet she is already able to condense 6 pieces of magnificent star jade. Senior brother Wien has been cultivating for so long, but it is said that he has only condensed 7 pieces. Everyone subconsciously glanced at Wu Yan, who was below the stage. At this moment, Wu Yan also revealed a solemn expression. But more than that, it was a kind of affirmation and praise. As the #1 disciple of Beichin Peak Academy, he didn't reject Yi Yao for mastering the same supreme martial art as him. Instead, he was happy for her perfect performance. After a long silence, Elder Lu calmed down and then stepped forward to announce, "The winner of the 10th battle is Yi Yao of Beichin Peak Academy." Clatter! What followed was a thunderous applause from below the stage. The disciples of Beichin Peak Academy were extremely excited. "Congratulations, junior sister Yi Yao. Beichin Peak Academy will win." Haha, it seems that from today on, the 8th place on the Heaven Marshal list will change hands. West Sky Peak Academy is only SOSO. They can't even beat a newcomer like us. Amidst the cheers, Yi Yao's name quickly rose to the top of the large light curtain. At this moment, Kai Feng was directly carried away from the battle platform by people. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. The sect war. It was also the battle to refresh the Heaven Marshal list. In this battle, Yi Yao directly pulled Kai Feng off the Heaven Marshal list and replaced him. In contrast, the people of West Sky Peak Academy were much more depressed. Every one of them had a gloomy expression, and it could be said that they were gnashing their teeth with hatred. In the past, it was the other peak academies that ridiculed Beichin Peak Academy. But now, they were actually ridiculed. Not only did Kai Feng fail, but the entire West Sky Peak Academy also lost face. Star Peak Grandstand. West Sky Peak Master Situ Song's brows surged with a trace of coldness. He smiled coldly. "Haha, what a Tai Chi holy physique. I always thought that Peak Master Yuanshang was an upright person, but it turns out that he's only SOO. As soon as these words came out, the East Sky Peak Master and South Spirit Peak Master were a little surprised. Yuanshang's gaze slightly twitched as he replied indifferently, "What? Your own disciple lost and is unhappy, so you came here to make a scene? Let me ask you. Our sect's 4 supreme martial arts can only be comprehended under the Holy Tablet, and you must have entered the sect for 3 years. That Yi Yao entered the sect for less than 2 years. Let me ask you, did you break the sect's rules?" Faced with Situ Song's questioning, Yuanshang did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he replied with a little pride, "The rules are correct, but don't forget that she's my direct disciple. Is there a problem with me passing the North Star mantra to her as her master? If you have any objections, you can report me to the sect master." "You!" Situ Song frowned, and his face immediately darkened. It had to be said that Yi Yao's performance just now had won a lot of glory for Yuanshang. The current him could be said to be full of confidence. Even if the sect master blamed him, he would at most reprimand him. After all, Yi Yao's strength and talent were obvious to all. Next is the 11th match. Seeing that the 2 peak masters were about to quarrel again, Elder Lu, who was the host of the competition, hurriedly announced the next match. Yi Yao, who returned to the South Viewing Grandstand, walked back to Chu Hen, Zhao Qingyi, and the rest. Wu Mian directly gave her 2 thumbs up. "Amazing, junior sister Yi Yao. You're simply too eye-catching. I feel that you can fight for first place." Yi Yao smiled knowingly. "Not at all. It's that person who underestimated me. I'm just lucky." "So humble." Zhao Qingyi also laughed heartily. "I didn't think that you've even learnt such a high-level martial art like the North Star mantra." Such a powerful technique. I'm afraid even Brother Chu Hen doesn't know it, right? Brother Chu Hen hasn't learned it yet. If he had learnt it, he would definitely use it better than me. Yi Yao said seriously. Chu Hen smiled and did not say much. At the side, Long Xuanchuang's eyes rippled slightly. She clearly remembered that previously in the North Chuan snow region, Chu Hen had once used a magnificent star jade to kill Luo Lu of the Imperial Sword Sect. After that, she never mentioned this matter, and Long Xuanchuang only treated it as a secret in her heart. Hua! At this moment, an uproar broke out below the stage. It's senior brother Yang Ao. I wonder who his opponent is. On the dazzling light screen, the first name on the left was Yang Ao, who was ranked 10th on the Heaven Marshal list. Immediately after, the second name froze. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and 3 clear words appeared in their vision. Long Xuanchuang. Chapter 1218. The 11th battle, West Sky Peak Academy's Yang Ao versus Beichin Peak Academy's Long Xuanchuang. When they saw the list of matches on the large holographic screen, an invisible turbulence began to sweep in all directions. The atmosphere in the hall was noisy and clamorous. West Sky Peak Academy and Beichin Peak Academy again. Moreover, it was a top genius on the Heaven Marshal list against a new disciple who had been in the sect for less than 2 years. However, this time, Beichin Peak Academy's side was not the Peak Master's direct disciple. This is difficult. It is said that Long Xuanchuang's bloodline limit is only a high-grade, profound body. Yes, it can be said that there is no hope of winning against Yang Ao with the vast sea sacred body. In front of everyone, the result of this battle seemed to be a foregone conclusion. The only thing that people could remember about Long Xuanchuang was her cold temperament and appearance, as well as her 9th level martial arts talent. The bloodline limit of the profound body caused her to be completely ignored by the sect in the past 2 years. On the west viewing platform, Yang Ao, who was standing next to Pei, revealed a cold and sinister smile. Seems like the heavens are helping me. Pei also raised a frivolous smile. Be careful. Don't play yourself to death like Kai Feng. Hee, don't worry. I am not that idiot who only knows brute force. After saying that, Yang Ao leaped up, somersaulted in the air, and landed steadily on the platform. A powerful aura was released without any restraint, and a majestic aura caused a wave of air to spread out. 7th level Eternal Realm. Yang Ao actually broke through again. Yes, I think he broke through last month. TSK, 7th level Eternal Realm with a vast sea sacred body. This strength is not only the 10th level of the Heaven Marshal list. Looking at Yang Ao's powerful aura, Wu Mian, Zhao Qingyi and Zhao Qingkai could not help but frown. Junior sister Xuanchuang, it is better not to accept the battle, Zhao Qingyi advised with concern. Junior brother Zhao is right, it is better to forfeit. Wu Mian also agreed. However, Chu Hen and Yi Yao's faces were calm, and they did not have the slightest intention of persuading them. Long Xuanchuang shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I have my own plans. Then she turned to look at Chu Hen, and the two of them nodded at each other. Then, with a flash, he flew onto the fighting ring. He accepted the challenge. Oh my God, it's a little too much. The disciples of the Beichin Peak Academy wore grave expressions. On the other hand, everyone from the West Dome Peak Academy looked at him with interest. Hey, what's up with the rookies this year? One is more arrogant than the other. Don't be careless. I think she's very calm. What are you afraid of? She's not even the personal disciple of Peak Beichin. I don't believe that she can change the Heaven Marshal rankings. A cold gust of wind whistled past. The airflow on the Lingxiao platform exuded an inexplicable chill. Looking at Long Xuanchuang's calm and elegant face, Yang Ao's eyes revealed a hint of ridicule. You're that Chu guy's woman? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Long Xuan Xuang replied indifferently. He, with your beauty, why follow him? Why don't you follow me from now on? Yang Ao sneered arrogantly. Long Xuan Xuang raised her phoenix eyes and opened her red lips slightly. Of course, if you can beat me, ha 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 ha. Yang Ao's eyes lit up, looking particularly excited. Then you have to be prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and majestic true essence erupted from his body. He rose into the air and quickly formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, a monstrous torrent of energy surged up from behind him in rage. Great waterfall shock wave! Hua! The ferocious and vast water current was like a tsunami that broke through a dam. It surged forward and crushed towards Long Xuan Xuang. The raging shock wave washed away everything in its path. As it moved, two giant flood hands flew out and slapped towards Long Xuan Xuang from the left and right. Looking at Long Xuan Xuang in front of the torrent, all the Beichin Peak Academy disciples secretly shook their heads. Such an irresistible and terrifying momentum. With her cultivation, how could she shake it? However, just as the surging shock wave reached her, Long Xuan Xuang's eyes turned cold, and an incomparably cold ice chi leaked out of her body without any warning. In an instant, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped to the freezing point. The piercing cold air current poured out. In the next second, the mighty waterfall current actually stopped in front of Long Xuan Xuang. Crack! Crack! The shapeless torrent started to solidify. Even the two giant water hands that were pouncing towards Long Xuan Xuang stopped in midair. They were like two opened umbrellas, not moving at all. What's going on? Everyone in the room was astonished. Even the high-level elders on Xingqing Peak had their eyes lit up. All the torrent of water on the fighting ring actually froze into ice. The huge stage was immediately turned into a glacier. She froze? How can this be? Isn't this power a little too domineering? The biting cold of winter howled in all directions. Everyone present felt a bone-chilling coldness from the bottom of their hearts. Under the glacier, Long Xuan Xuang was elegant and noble, showing her peerless elegance. Yang Ao frowned, a little surprised that Long Xuan Xuang had this ability. Insignificant skill. Water spear. After saying that, Yang Ao leaped out, and at the same time, he struck out dozens of powerful palm energy. One after another, water pillars burst out from his palm. The speed of the water pillars was extremely fast, and the compression was extremely thin. The destructive power was so strong that wherever it went, the surface of the glacier and the stage were cut into long and deep cracks. Long Xuan Xuang was not afraid in the slightest. She put her palms together, and a ball of ice energy was immediately released from her body. Rumble! The space trembled and the stage exploded. A thick and heavy ice wall that was tens of meters tall quickly rose in front of Long Xuan Xuang. Cold air filled the air, and the ice wall was like a shield. It was cold and solid, like a thick layer of white jade. Bang, 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 hundreds and thousands of water spears rushed down and hit the ice wall, and then quickly solidified into ice. Firmly stuck to the other side of the ice wall, in the blink of an eye, the ice wall was covered with dense ice spears, and all of them became solid. At the same time, Yang Ao had already flashed in front of Long Xuan Xuang. His eyes were cold, and then one of his hands turned into a water blade. He slashed down with his palm, and with a violent force he split the huge ice wall in front of him into two. Looking at Long Xuan Xuang, who was in front of him, Yang Ao's face revealed a trace of ferocity. You won't be able to stop me. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, a roar of ice resounded in the air. A white ice vortex spread out like a tornado, enveloping the huge fighting ring. Yang Ao's expression changed again. He felt as though his blood was being invaded by the cold current of winter. The flow of his true origin energy became extremely slow, and even the water ripples that lingered around his body were condensed into layers of ice crystals. From afar, Yang Ao's body seemed to be covered with a layer of transparent ice armor. However, this ice armor did not have any defensive ability at all. What a terrifying ice energy! Is this the limit of the profound body bloodline? Don't joke with me. The people below the fighting ring were shocked again and again, and their expressions changed again and again. At this moment, Yang Ao had already discovered that the situation was not right. The situation had far exceeded his expectations. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes, and the aura of a 7th-grade eternal stage erupted without any reservation. Scram! Bang! The thick layer of frost covering his body exploded into powder. Subsequently, Yang Ao stood in the air, and waves of vigorous and majestic aura spread out in all directions. With him as the center, streams of light in the form of water mist appeared in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The streams of light that were like gauze swirled around Yang Ao's body in the shape of a water vortex. They coiled around each other and intertwined with each other. Then they soared into the sky and condensed into a mighty azure water dragon with the power to shake the heavens. Wrath of the Sea Dragon. Yang Ao shouted angrily, and a furious and ferocious aura poured down. The huge green water dragon looked down at the soaring sky fighting ring and set off a monstrous might. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and pounced towards Long Xuanchuang below. Roar! The majestic surging aura pressed down like a mountain, and the space appeared to distort. Zhao, Qingyi, Wu Mian, Yi Yao, and the others below the stage could not help but have a solemn expression. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes. More than a year ago at the martial sect's back mountain, he had experienced Yang Ao's killing move. After a year, it had reappeared again, and whether it was in terms of aura or power, it was far better than before. The huge dragon pressed down, and Long Xuanchuang appeared indistinct. Just when everyone thought that the other party would not be able to withstand Yang Ao's full-force attack, a silver-white light quietly appeared between Long Xuanchuang's eyebrows. The light appeared to be in the shape of a snowflake, delicate and nimble. She gently raised her wrist and stretched out her jade-like hand, facing the huge water dragon that was swooping down. A circle of biting cold ice light lingered out from the palm of her hand, and like a dancing tassel cyclone, it rapidly spread out. An extremely cold and biting cold power spread out. Kacha! The moment before the green water dragon was about to hit Long Xuanchuang's body, the ice condensed, the water became calm, and an invisible monstrous aura swept out in all directions in an instant. An incomparably spectacular, huge dragon ice sculpture impressively appeared on the fighting ring. The lifelike green dragon ice sculpture, from head to tail, froze into ice. The aura that Yang Ao had erupted with disappeared completely in an instant. The appearance of this scene directly caused an extremely strong visual impact to everyone present. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible for it to be the limit of the profound body bloodline. This is a saint body. There's no mistake. Only a saint body can restrain Yang Ao's power like this. Chapter 1219. Oh my God! How is this the limit of the Xian body bloodline? That's definitely a saint body. Hua! An invisible, piercingly cold aura swept through the entire arena like 10,000 years of snow and frost in the winter. The audience below the stage felt a bone-chilling cold air rushing towards them. In the air above the Empyrean arena was a magnificent ice sculpture of a huge dragon, and it astonishingly impacted the visual nerves of every single person in the arena. Created with ice, shaped with wind and snow, solidified with cold. Under the ice dragon sculpture, Long Xuanchuang was peerless, like a spirit of wind and snow that controlled the power of ice. This is Wang Li, Pei Yi, Qi Qianying, Wu Yan, and the other geniuses were stunned, all of them revealing astonished expressions. Saint body? Zhao Qingyi and Zhao Qingkai couldn't help but look at each other, seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. The two of them clearly remembered that during the test in the drifting star state, Long Xuanchuang was indeed at the limit of a high-grade Xian body bloodline. Could it be that in the past year or so, Zhao, Qingyi couldn't help but look at Chu Hen beside her. What exactly happened when he and Long Xuanchuang left the martial sect? Elder Lu, who was in charge of recruiting new disciples, also opened his eyes wide. He still had a clear memory of Long Xuanchuang. 9th level martial art talent was considered top-notch. However, because it was only a Xian body physique, she did not receive much attention from the upper echelons of the martial sect. After nearly 2 years, originally he thought that she would be drowned in the crowd of geniuses with Saint Body. He never expected that she would use such a method to stun the entire audience. Kacha! In the next moment, a clear cracking sound caused everyone's heartstrings to tremble. Countless cracks quickly spread all over the spectacular ice dragon sculpture. Yang Ao, who was standing in front of Long Xuanchuang, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire ice crystal dragon exploded into pieces. It was mixed with a wave of frigid air, and ice shards of all sizes filled the sky. Who? The roar of ice was like a blade of frost in the wind. In an instant, a piercingly cold ice vortex swept towards Yang Ao, who was in front of him. Ring-shaped wind blades danced in the middle of the icy whirlpool. The wind blades were like shuttles, incomparably swift and fierce, emitting a horrifying sharpness that could mince everything. Yang Ao's complexion changed. In a hurry, he hastily condensed a round water screen shield in front of him. However, as soon as it came into contact with the extremely cold cyclone, the entire water screen round shield immediately turned into a layer of ice. With a bang, sound, the ice shield immediately shattered. Numerous ring-shaped wind blades rained down like an uncontrollable storm, hitting Yang Ao's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The ice-cold wind blade and frost blade mercilessly slashed across the other party's body, leaving neat wounds all over his body. The blood that flowed out quickly solidified into crystals. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by Yang Ao's panic screams, as he fell heavily from the sky onto the platform. Fight! It was over in the blink of an eye. All in all, it didn't exceed 10 moves. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Those martial great sect disciples who had previously vowed that Yang Ao would definitely win all obediently shut their mouths. Following the battle between Yi Yao and Kai Feng, the West Dome Peak Academy was once again ruthlessly slapped in the face by the Beichin Peak Academy. Yang Ao curled up on the platform, shivering nonstop. His weak aura made him look like a beggar on the street in the cold wind. There was no trace of the arrogance he had just now. Yang Ao, who was ranked 10th on the Heaven Marshal list, followed Kai Feng's footsteps and was pulled down from the list by a newcomer. The winner of the 11th battle is Beichin Peak Academy's Long Xuanchuang. As soon as Elder Lu's voice fell, there was already a burst of jubilation and celebration below the platform. The applause was thunderous, and it shook the heavens. Congratulations, Junior Sister Long, for advancing to the top 16. Haha. 2 people consecutively entered the Heaven Marshal list. Now, who would dare to look down on our Beichin Peak Academy? Senior brother Wu Yan is finally not lonely anymore, haha. In the past few years, Wu Yan was the only Beichin Peak Academy disciple on the Heaven Marshal list. After the 2 battles just now, Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang had forcefully replaced Kai Feng and Yang Ao's positions on the list. For the entire Beichin Peak Academy, it was a good thing worthy of celebration. Most importantly, both of them were newcomers. Even in the history of the sect, there were very few cases like this. In the future, the 2 of them would definitely shine brightly. After being slapped in the face twice in a row, the West Dome Peak Master Situ Song's face became increasingly gloomy. Humph, what a surprise. I didn't expect that you, Peak Master Yuan Shang, still had such a card up your sleeve. Everyone only knew that Yi Yao was Yuan Shang's newly accepted direct disciple. Although her stunning performance was surprising, it was also reasonable. They didn't expect that other than Yi Yao, there was also Long Suanchuang. You obviously have a saint physique, but you still claim that it's a profound physique. You really hit it well. In the face of Situ Song's cold words, Yuan Shang did not retaliate. In fact, not only did Long Suanchuang slap the West Dome Peak Academy's face, but she also caught many of the Beichin Peak Academy's high-ranking officials off guard. This was not because he was holding back. It was indeed a huge accident. From the beginning until the end, the Beichin Peak Academy did not pay too much attention to Long Suanchuang. The difference between her treatment and Yi Yao's could be said to be like heaven and earth. Right now, the strength and the powerful bloodline boundary energy that Long Suanchuang displayed had already caused Yuan Shang, Luo Cang, and the others to fall into deep thought. Sister Xian Shuang is so amazing. All of you really don't show your true colors. You're too domineering. As soon as Long Suanchuang left the fighting ring, she was greeted by Yi Yao, Zhao Qingkai, and the others. In response, she only smiled politely and glanced at Chu Hen, who was standing at the side. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Not bad. Wu Mian, who was not far away, frowned and bit the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be deep in thought. He could not help but recall that before Chu Hen left the martial sect, he had prepared many things. Now that he thought about it, there might be many connections. Did they really go to the North Creek ice region? Wu Mian muttered to himself. Whoosh! At this moment, an especially noisy clamor suddenly reverberated from the surrounding spectator stands. It's Senior Brother Pei Yi. Finally, he's here. The eyes of Chu Hen, Wang Li, Qi Qianying, and the others turned solemn. Their gazes swept towards the large light screen above Xingqing Peak in unison. On the left side of the middle of the light screen, the two words Pei Yi were like the sun hanging high in the sky, emitting an invisible pressure. Whoosh! Then the second name was also fixed on the other side. In an instant, everyone's eyes faintly trembled again, and another uproar broke out. Chapter 1220. Pei Yi. Wu Yan. When these two names were fixed on the large light screen, an unprecedented uproar broke out in the spectator stands around the entire star peak. Like an invisible whirlpool of fate, the 3 consecutive battles were between the West Sky Peak Academy and the North Sky Peak Academy. And this time it was a battle between the ace disciples of the 2 peak academies. Oh my God! It's only the top 16, and these 2 people have already met. What's going on? This is too much of a coincidence. Although it was somewhat unexpected, for most people, this was definitely a battle of geniuses that they were particularly looking forward to. The 3rd on the Heaven Marshal list against the 5th on the Heaven Marshal list, and they were both the number 1 chief disciples of the 2 peak academies. There was nothing more exciting than this. Senior Brother Pei Yi will win. The West Sky Peak Academy is the strongest. Come on, Senior Brother Wu Yan. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Pei Yi leaped up, and then, like a divine rainbow, he landed on the high heaven platform. Bang! A violent and heavy sound was heard, as if thousands of kilograms of force were pressing down. The thick layer of ice that covered the platform from the previous battle was instantly shattered by a fierce aura. Thousands of pieces of ice burst, like boulders flying. The domineering cyclone, mixed with the chilling waves, rushed out in all directions. Everyone below the stage felt an astonishing pressure that was comparable to a mountain. Hiss! What a strong aura! The chief disciple of the West Sky Peak really lives up to his reputation. Senior Brother Wu Yan is a little tricky. Many Beichin Peak Academy disciples revealed fearful expressions as they gazed at Pei Yi, who emanated traces of viciousness. Zhao Qingyi, Yi Yao, Wu Mian, and the others who stood next to Chu Hen also had solemn expressions. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he made such a big show of strength, directly shocking the entire audience. Swish! At the same time, Wu Yan's figure flashed, and his eyes fell calmly on the high heaven platform. The two stood opposite each other on the left and right, and the invisible airflow that permeated between heaven and earth quietly became cold and rapid. A bleak, cold wind blew across the stage, and an inexplicable cold and solemn aura seemed to cause the space to fall into a state of stillness. Although countless Beichin Peak Academy disciples had high hopes for Wu Yan, this scene still made them feel nervous. Because the person standing in front of Wu Yan was Pei Yi, this was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. You really dare to come up? The corners of Pei Ye's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Wu Yan in front of him with a playful expression. The latter was neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his fists and said, "It's a rare opportunity. I hope, Senior Brother Pei, you can give me some pointers." Ha ha ha. Pei Yi laughed, and his laughter was especially disdainful. After that, his tone became slightly gloomy and revealed a wisp of coldness. This is the second time. The second time? Everyone in the crowd was puzzled. On the other hand, Chu Hen's eyes couldn't help but narrow, and he seemed to faintly know what she was referring to. Right at this moment, Elder Liu, who was on stellar peak, waved his hand and announced in a stern voice, "Begin! Begin!" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 crystal lights suddenly flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. Without any warning, a monstrous and majestic aura, like the eruption of a tsunami, immediately spread out. Everyone's heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. All of them revealed a look of astonishment. This aura? The 8th rank of the Eternal Realm? It can't be wrong. Ha ha! Senior Brother Wu Yan has actually broken through to the 8th rank of the Eternal Realm. There's hope. Whoosh! In an instant, an aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than Pei Ye's crushed in all directions. Mighty true essence that could topple mountains and overturn the seas soared into the sky. Numerous white cyclones instantly enveloped the huge soaring sky arena. The raging true essence surged into the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, and the sky dimmed. Accompanied by a bone-piercing chill, a gigantic serpent silhouette appeared in the air above the soaring firmament battle ring. Whoosh! The cold wind raged, and the ferocious aura shook the sky. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the gigantic snake. The huge snake was covered in rock-like white scales. Its front body was ferocious and domineering, like a flood dragon. Its back body was slender, and it coiled in the sky. On its back, there was a pair of huge white wings. It's the power of the feathered snake, Senior Brother Wu Yan's bloodline limit. It's really domineering. As soon as he made his move, he directly used the power of the bloodline limit. Everyone immediately understood. Wu Yan wanted to seize the initiative at the first moment. It had to be said that Wu Yan's attack speed was indeed incomparably fast and decisive. This also showed that when facing a terrifying opponent like Pei, they absolutely could not relax in the slightest. Ha! A sharp and melodious cry resounded through the sky, and the ferocious feathered snake looked down at the sky. Then it opened its long and narrow mouth, and a white beam of light shot out from it, enveloping Pei below. Buzz! The white beam of light quickly spread out in a fan shape, and the scope of the light quickly covered Pei Ye's surroundings. Without any chance to dodge, Pei Yi was within the white beam of light released by the feathered snake. In the next moment, under countless shocked gazes, Pei Ye's feet quickly began to petrify, and in the blink of an eye, his knees also turned into heavy rocks. Good! The disciples of Beichin Peak Academy could not help but cheer in unison. Success! As expected of Senior Brother Wu Yan, the power of the winged serpent sage body is really strong. Looking at Pei Ye's body, constantly petrified, Zhao Qingyi, Yi Yao, Wu Mian, and the others could not help but clench their fists, and their faces showed excitement. However, Chu Hen's eyes slightly darkened, because he did not see any signs of panic on Pei Ye's face. Although he had seized the initiative it did not seem to be enough. Obviously, Wu Yan was also very clear about this. Just as the power of the bloodline limit erupted to the extreme, Wu Yan raised his eyes, and his pupils flashed with a bright ice-blue light. Buzz! Wu Yan raised his arms, and the true origin energy in his body rapidly circulated. Thousands of strands of blue light, like spirit vine tassels, rapidly revolved around his body. The beautiful blue light rapidly condensed and fused. Under numerous gazes that were filled with shock, one dazzling blue-colored magnificent star jade after another converged into form. It's Beichenju. Everyone's eyes lit up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 consecutive magnificent star jade were completed in an instant, like stars revolving around the moon, rapidly revolving around Wu Yan's body. So fast! Yi Yao could not help but exclaim. Although she could also condense 6 magnificent star jade, whether it was speed or rhythm, she could not reach Wu Yan's level of proficiency. Buzz! The piercingly cold cyclone stirred the heavens and earth. Wu Yan's eyes were resolute, and his momentum was comparable to the heavens. He looked at Pei Yi in front of him, and his words were as heavy as ice. Take this. 7. Star chest seal. Space trembled and air waves tore. Along with Wu Yan's words, the 7 magnificent star jade around his body exploded out at the same time. It was dazzling, and it was as beautiful as a 1,000-year-old shooting star that streaked across the night sky. As it moved, the 7 magnificent star jade lined up in a straight line, connecting from the front to the back. It looked like an indestructible arrow of holy light. Rumble! The ground cracked inch by inch, and everywhere it passed, a deep and wide ravine rapidly split open on the surface of the stage. Looking at the sure-kill attack that traced back thousands of years, Pei Yi, who was completely imprisoned by the power of the feathered serpent, had nowhere to hide at this moment. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. 7-star chest seal. Even someone as powerful as Pei Yi could not withstand such a terrifying impact. At this moment, Pei Ye's eyes surged with a gloomy cold light. He clasped his palms together, and majestic true origin energy, like a stormy sea, erupted from his body. Prison triple door. Rumble! The heaven and earth trembled, and the battle stage shook. The stage in front of Pei Yi burst open layer by layer, and then 3 large black doors appeared on the stage. Each of the black doors was 100 meters tall and about 10 meters thick. The distance between each of the 2 doors was 50 to 60 meters. It was as wide as 3 walls standing between the 2. It was covered with complicated runes, surging with a dark and gloomy aura, like the gate of sighs between the mortal world and hell. What? Everyone's heart was shocked again and again. Prison triple door. The strongest defensive martial art of the West Dome Peak. Its degree of sturdiness was not something Kai Feng's indestructible golden bell could compare to. Just as everyone was shocked, the blue light beam formed by the 7 magnificent star jade whistled over with a mighty and vigorous air wave. Bang! It hit the first black door, and light splashed everywhere, and the air waves stacked up. In the next moment, the blue light beam directly penetrated the front and back of the door. In an instant, the first defense was broken. The Beichen Peak Academy disciples were delighted. But at the same time, everyone could clearly see that the original 7 pieces of magnificent star jade were reduced to 2. Boom! The magnificent star jade light pillar didn't slow down in the slightest, and it heavily struck the second giant black door with its extremely powerful penetrative force. The turbulent air wave surged out like a wind pillar. After the blue light beam penetrated the door, 2 more pieces of magnificent star jade were missing. Bang! When the 3 remaining magnificent star jade pillars of light fiercely collided with the 3rd prison gate, everyone's heartstrings tensed up tightly, everyone held their breath, and their hearts stopped beating. Boom! With a muffled sound, a bright and beautiful blue light beam unstoppably penetrated the front and back of the last black door. The only remaining magnificent star jade left a long trail of air in the air, sweeping up boundless destructive power as it attacked Pei, who was behind it. Enveloped in the white light, Pei Ye's legs were petrified, and he had no way to dodge. His cold pupils rapidly reflected the blue light beam that was like a shooting arrow. Then an earth-shattering sound exploded between heaven and earth. A mighty blue light, together with a rich red light, swept in all directions on the heaven-reaching platform. Layer after layer of stone bricks on the platform exploded and burst into pieces. The violent energy shock wave surged in all directions, and countless cracks spread wantonly all the way to the edge of the platform. The fierce air wave rushed towards the people below the platform. Many people could not stand steadily, and all of them looked aghast. He blocked it? A trembling voice rang out from the crowd. On the collapsed platform, Pei Yi was still standing in the same place. In front of him floated a solid red light screen, and a vigorous red true inner force enveloped his body like a raging flame. That's it? A frivolous and indifferent voice came out from Pei Ye's mouth. All the martial sect disciples present shook their heads and sighed. Powerful. He was really too powerful. Looking at Pei Yi, whose aura was so terrifying, many people felt a sense of helplessness. 7 magnificent star jade. It actually did not hurt the opponent at all. At this moment, even Wang Li, Qi Qianying, and the other geniuses faintly revealed a solemn expression. Buzz. However, in the next instant, an extremely restless energy wave spread out once again. Everyone's hearts shook. They saw a young man with an imposing appearance standing proudly at the top of the 3rd prison door. Wu Yan looked down at Pei Yi in a condescending manner. His eyes were as sharp as swords, overflowing with light. He put his palms together, and strands of blue light quietly kneaded to form a colorful, diamond-shaped energy crystal. It's not over yet. Hua! Countless people's hearts trembled again.